Welcome to Several Signatures. I'm Brendan. I'll attempt to read through several signatures worth of the following works. The Iliad, the Catholic Bible, King James Bible, Quran, Canterbury Tales, Sherlock Holmes, and the Conan the Barbarian. This is episode 002. The Iliad is first off. So last time we got to "You terror of the world, you shall pacify Shutafar by making sacrifice." Here we go. Achilles scowled at him and said, "Ha, greedy heart, shamelessness, and royal dress! How could any man be willing to obey you, whether on some errand or in the battlefield? I cared nothing about the Trojans when I came here to fight. They had done nothing to me, never lifted my cattle or horses either, never destroyed my fruit or my harvest in Phthia. Too many hills and forests between us, and roaring seas. No, it was you I came for, shameless man, to give you pleasure, to revenge Menelaus, and you too, dog-face. For the Trojans, wrong. You don't trouble about that. You care nothing for that. And now you threaten to rob me of my prize, which I worked hard to get, which the army gave me. I never get a prize equal to yours if our men capture some town, but most of the hard fighting is done by my hands. Only when sharing time comes, you get most of the good things, and I have a scrap to comfort me. Not much, but all I can get. As I come back, tired out with fighting, now I will just go home to Phthia. Since it is much better to take ship and go, I don't think I shall fill my hold with riches if I stay here despised." King Agamemnon answered, "Do go, if that's what you want. Go by all means. I do not sink on my knees and beg you to stay for my sake. I have others in plenty who will honour me. First and foremost, Zeus, all-wise. I hate you more than any prince on earth, for you are always quarrelling and fighting. If you are such a mighty man, God gave you that, I suppose. Go home with your ships and your men, and lord it over your myrmidons. But I care nothing for you. I don't mind if you are in a rage. Now I give you fair warning. Since Apollo robs me of Chrysalis, I will send her home with my own ship and crew, but I will take your beautiful Briseis, and I will come for her myself to your quarters for your prize, to show you how much stronger I am than you are. Then others will take care not to stand up to me and say they are as good as I am." This pierced Achilles to the heart, and he was of two minds, whether he should draw sword from thigh to push through the crowd and strike down King Agamemnon, or whether he should calm his temper and keep himself in check. As these thoughts went through his mind, and he began to draw the great sword from the sheath, Athena came down from heaven. Queen Hera sent her, loving and anxious at once. She stood behind him and held him back by his long red hair. No other man saw her, but Achilles alone. Achilles turned round, startled. And once he knew Pallas Athena. His eyes flashed wildly, and he spoke words that winged like arrows to the mark. "Why have you come again, daughter of Zeus invincible? To see the insult of my lord King Agamemnon? I will tell you what, and I will do it too. His own high-handedness one day may be his death." Athena replied, with her bright eyes glinting, "I came to check your passion, if you will listen, and I was sent from heaven by Queen Hera, loving and anxious at once. Come, drop the quarrel. Don't pull out that sword. Just give him a sound rating and tell him what to expect. For I declare to you that this is what will happen. A time will come when you shall have a magnificent offer, with 3 times as much offered to make up for this insult. Hold back now and do what I say." Achilles answered, "I must observe the bidding of you both, goddess, angry though I am indeed. It is better so, what the gods command you do, than the gods will listen to you." So he stayed his heavy hand on the silver hilt and drove back the sword into the sheath, in obedience to Athena, and she returned to Olympus, where Zeus invincible dwells with the company of heaven. But Achilles was angry still. Once more he addressed the king in violent words, "You drunkard, with eyes like a bitch and heart like a fawn. You never arm yourself with your men for battle. You never go out on a raid with the fighting men. No pluck in you for that. You think that's certain death? It is much better, isn't it, to stay in camp and rob anyone who tells the truth to your face. The king feeds on his people, for they are a worthless lot, or else, my lord, this would be your last outrage. But one thing I will tell you, and take my solemn oath, as truly as this staff will never grow again, never again will put forth leaves and twigs. After it has been cut from the stump in the mountain forest, and the axe has scraped off leaves and bark, but now it is held in men's hands, men of judgment, who guard the statues of Zeus. Hear my solemn oath to you. So truly a time shall come when Achilles will be missed by the nation one and all. Then you shall not be able to help them for all your grief, while many are falling and dying before bloodthirsty Hector. Then you shall tear your temper to tatters, that you would not respect the best man of all." There's a chip on his shoulder. As he spoke, Achilles dashed down on the ground the gold-studded staff and took his seat again, while King Agamemnon opposite fumed with rage. But Nestor rose, a famous orator he was, gracious in speech, whose voice ran off his tongue sweeter than honey. He had seen already in Pylos 2 generations of men grow up before him and pass away, and he was king still over the 3rd. He now spoke with an honest heart and said, "For shame, sirs, here is a great trouble for the Achaean land. How glad Priam would be, and Priam's son, how all Troy would be in jubilation if they could only hear you two quarrelling. You, the leaders in wisdom and leaders in war. Now listen to me. You are both younger than I am. Nay, more, I have met even better men than you, and they never disregarded me. For never have I seen, and never shall I see, such men as Perithous, and that great ruler Dryas, Caeneus, and Exiadios, and the noble prince Polyphemos. I tell you, those were the mightiest men ever born upon earth. Mightiest, I say, and fought against mightiest foes, the monsters of the mountains, whom they horribly destroyed. Yet those men I knew well. I travelled all the way from distant Pylos to visit them at their own request, and I fought by their side as a volunteer. Those were men whom no mortal now living on earth could fight, and they heard my advice and took it too. Why didn't you write about these guys? They're better. Listen to me, you also, and take my advice, and you will find it better. You, sir, do not rob this man of the girl. Although you are strong, leave her alone, as the army gave her to him at first for his especial prize. That's wrong. And you, Achilles, do not provoke your king. Force against force. For greater honour belongs to a sceptred king, when Zeus has given him dignity. If you are a mighty man, if your mother is divine, yet he is above you, for his dominion is greater. Oh, what a jerk. Your grace, forget your bitterness, and I beseech Achilles to let his anger pass, for he is the strong tower of our nation against the horrors of war. King Agamemnon said. King Agamemnon answered, Indeed, sir, All that you say is fair and right, but this man wishes to be above all, to rule everyone, to be king over everyone, to order everyone about, and there is someone who will not obey, I think. If the gods everlasting have set him up as a warrior, does it follow that they have set him on to call ugly names? Achilles interposed and said, Yes, for I should be called coward and outcast if I yield to you in everything you choose to say. Lay your commands on others. Don't order me about, for I do not think I shall obey you any more. I tell you one thing, and you will do well to remember it. I will never use my hands to fight for a girl, either with you or with anyone. Those who gave may take away, but you shall never carry off anything else of what I have against my will. Just try and see that these also may know. Just try and see that these also may know. Very soon there will be red blood on the spear point. They finished their bout of hard words and dismissed the assembly. Achilles, with Patroclus and his friends, returned to his quarters. Agamemnon launched a good ship and put on board 20 men with the sacrifice, and brought Chryses. Odysseus took charge, and they set sail. Then Agamemnon ordered the people to purify themselves. They cast their peace offerings into the sea, and slew bulls and goats on the shore to make full sacrifice to Apollo. And the Saviour went up to heaven through the wreathing smoke. And that's the signature. I'll leave that there for tonight. The Catholic Bible, Genesis 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and he said to them, Increase and multiply and fill the earth. Wow. And let the fear and trembling of you be upon all the animals of the earth, and upon all the birds of the air, along with all that moves across the earth. All the fish of the sea have been delivered into your hand, and everything that moves and lives will be food for you, just as with the edible plants you have delivered them all to you, except that flesh with blood you shall not eat. For I will examine the blood of your lives at the hand of every basket, and also at the hand of mankind, and at the hand of each man and his brother. I will examine the life of mankind. Whoever will shed human blood, his blood will be poured out. For man was indeed made to the image of God. But as for you, increase and multiply, and go forth upon the earth and fulfill it. To Noah and his sons with him, God also said this, Behold, I will establish my covenant with you, and with your offspring after you, and with every living soul that is with you, as much with the birds as with the cattle and all the animals of the earth that have gone forth from the ark, and with all the wild beasts of the earth. I will establish my covenant with you, and no longer will all that is flesh be put to death by the waters of a great flood, and henceforth there will not be a great flood to utterly destroy the earth. And God said, This is the sign that the pact that I grant between me and you, and to every living soul that is with you, for perpetual generations. I will place my ark in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the pact between myself and the earth. That's the guy in the British Museum said on that Babylonian map that the ark was in the clouds. Not on the clouds, he said it was on the top of a mountain. So that kind of relates to the ark being in the clouds, I guess. And when I obscure the sky with clouds, my ark will appear in the clouds, and I will remember my covenant with you, and with every living soul that enlivens flesh, and there will no longer be waters from a great flood to wipe away all that is flesh, and the ark will be in... I lost it. Oh, where was I? ark will appear in the clouds, and I will remember my covenant with you, and with every remember. God's got a fuzzy memory with you. Maybe it's just like at that time. And with every living soul that enlivens flesh, and there will no longer be waters from a great flood to wipe away all that is flesh. And the ark will be in the clouds, and I will see it, and I will remember the everlasting covenant that was enacted between God Who's saying this? Is God talking in the third person? And every living soul of all that is flesh upon the earth. And God said, now it's back to the narrator. And God said to Noah, this will be the sign of the covenant that I have established between myself and all that is flesh upon the earth. And so the sons of Noah, who came out of the ark, were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now Ham himself is the father of Canaan. These three are the sons of Noah, and from these all the family of mankind was spread over the whole earth. And Noah, a good farmer, began to cultivate the land, and he planted a vineyard. And by drinking its wine, he became inebriated and was naked in his tent. Because of this, when Ham, the father of Canaan, had indeed seen the privates of his father to be naked, he reported it to his two brothers outside. And truly Shem and Japheth put a cloak upon their arms, and advancing backwards, covered the privates of their father. He's in the tent, just leave him alone. And their faces were turned away, so that they did not see their father's manhood. Then Noah, awaking from the wine, when he had learned what his younger son had done to him, he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants will he be to his brothers. And he said, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and may he live in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. And after the great flood, Noah lived for 350 years, and all his days were completed in 950 years. And then he died. Genesis 10. These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and of the sons who were born to them. After the great flood, the sons of Japheth were Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. And then the sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan were Elishah, and Tarshish, and Kittam, and Rodanim. The islands of the Gentiles were divided by these into their regions, each one according to his tongue, and his families in their nations. And the sons of Ham were Cush, or Sush, and Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush were Seba, Simba, Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Septica. The sons of Ramah were Sheba, and Dadan. It's Japanese anime, funny. And then Cush conceived Nimrod. He began to be powerful on the earth, and he was an able hunter before the Lord. From this a proverb came forth, just like Nimrod, an able-bodied an able hunter before the Lord. And so the beginning of his kingdom was Babylon. Who was that? Nimrod. Cush conceived. Didn't Nimrod end Babylon? This is at the start of Babylon. Oh, my history is terrible. And Erech, and Akkad, and Chalain, in the land of Shinar. From that land Assur came forth, and he built Nineveh, or Nineveh, and the streets of the city, and Kala, and also Rezin, between Nineveh and Kala. This is a great city. What? So Rezin's a great city? And truly, Rezin's not. He built Nineveh and the streets of the city in Kala, and also Rezin. So he built 3 cities. Rezin, the last one, the best one. And truly, Mizraim conceived Ludim, and Anamim, and Lahabim, Naphtuhim, and Pasrusim, and Kasluhim, and whom came forth the Philistines and the Kaphtorim. Okay. Then Canaan conceived Sidon and his firstborn, the Hittite. Oh, okay, so this is like how each of the nations, I guess, all come from the Jewish faith instead of just being a part of one of the religions in the Canaanite area. And the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Gigashite, Girgashite, the Hivite, and the Arkite, the Sinite, I heard of him, and the Arvadian, the Semorite, and the Hamathite. And after this, the peoples of the Kenites became widespread, and the borders of Canaan went as one travels from Sidon to Gerar, even to Gaza, until one enters Sodom and Gomorrah, and from Admah and Zeboim, even to Lesser. These are the sons of Ham in their kindred, and tongues, and generations, and lands, and nations. Likewise from Shem, the father of all the sons of Heber, the elder brother of Japheth, sons were born. The sons of Shem were Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, that sounds cooler. Arphaxad. It's probably not. It's probably Arphaxad. And Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram were Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. But truly, Arphaxad conceived Shelah, from whom was born Eber. And to Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth became divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. This Joktan conceived Alamadad, Edad, and Shelef, and Hazarmaveth, Jerah, and Hadoram, and Azal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Ibimal, Sheba, another Sheba, Ophir, and Havilah, and Jabab. Hobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. Well, what about the girls? Sexist. And their habitation extended from Mesa, as one sojourns, even to Sephar, a mountain in the east. These are the sons of Shem, according to their kindred, and tongues, and the regions within their nations. There are the families of Noah, according to their peoples and nations. The nations became divided according to these on the earth after the great flood. Genesis 11. Now the earth was of one language. Hang on. Maybe this was a history and he's talking about languages later, but here it's saying one language of the same speech. Or maybe this is getting back to different writers again, like between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. It's definitely different people. Was the one language and of the same speech. And when they were advancing from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt in it. And each one said to his neighbour, "Come, let us make bricks, and bake them with fire." And they had bricks instead of stones, and pitch instead of mortar. And they said, "Come, let us make a city and a tower, so that its height may reach to heaven, and let us make our name famous before we are divided into all the lands." So hey, here we go. Tower of Babylon maybe? Then the Lord has descended to see the city and the tower, which the sons of Adam were building. And he said, "Behold, the people are united and all have one tongue. And since they have begun to do this, they will not desist from their plans until they have completed their work. Therefore come, let us descend, and in that place confound their tongues." What? And they said, who said? Now the earth was advancing from the east. They found a plain. That's the people. Come, let us make bricks. Then the Lord descended. And they said, "Come, let us make a city and a tower, so that its height may reach to heaven." So that's and let us make our name famous. So is that the pride? Before we are divided into all the lands. Fame. Vain. Then the Lord descended to the city and the tower which the sons of Adam were building. And he said, "Behold, the people are united, and all have one tongue. And since they have begun to do this, they will not desist from their plan until they have completed their work. Therefore come, let us not talk to them, but we will descend, and in that place confound their tongue." So instead of talking to them, we will stop them being able to talk to each other, so that they may not listen, each one to the voice of his neighbour. And so the Lord divided them from that place into all the lands, and they ceased to build the city. And for this reason its name was called Babel, because in that place the language of the whole earth became confused. And from then on, so Babel fish, it's like the opposite. It's like confusing fish. So in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that fish that goes in is it up your nose? It technically should make it more confusing. It's like you wouldn't be able to even understand your own language. Because in that place the language of the whole earth became confused. And from then on the Lord scattered them across the face of every region. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old when he conceived Arphaxad, 2 years after the great flood. And after he conceived, Arphaxad, Shem lived for 500 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. Next, Arphaxad lived for 35 years, and then he conceived Shelah. And after he conceived Shelah, Arphaxad lived for 303 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. Likewise, Shelah lived for 30 years, and then he conceived Eber. And after he conceived Eber, Shelah lived for 403 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. And Eber lived for 34 years, and he conceived Peleg. And after he conceived Peleg, Eber lived for 430 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. Likewise, Peleg lived for 30 years, and then he conceived Reu. And after he conceived Reu, Peleg lived for 109 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. So they've dropped the and died bit, I guess, from the previous bit. Maybe they saw it was too repetitious, but all these other bits not. Then Reu lived for 32 years, and then he conceived with his wife Sirach. Likewise, after he conceived Sirach, Reu lived for 207 years, and he conceived sons and daughters with his wife. In truth, Sirach lived for 30... In truth. Okay, you're telling the truth now. 30 years, and then he conceived Nahor. And after he conceived Nahor, Sirach lived for 200 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. And so Nahor lived for 29 years, and then he conceived Terah, the earth. And after he conceived Terah, Nahor lived for 119 years, and he conceived sons and daughters. And Terah lived for 70 years, and then he conceived Abram, and Nahor, and Haran. And these, is that Nahor Jr.? Nahor lived for sons and daughters. He conceived Terah. Yeah, it's Nahor Jr. and Haran. And these are the generations of Terah. Terah conceived Abram, Nahor. It's another Nahor. Nahor Jr. I'm getting confused. Where have I read? Terah conceived... Terah? Haran. Next, Haran conceived Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah, in the land of his nativity. Yep. In Ur of the Chaldeans. Then Abram and Nahor took wives. Stole? The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren and had no children. That's rude. And so Terah took his son Abram, and his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the son of his son Abram, and he led them away from Ur of the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan. And they approached as far as Haran, and they dwelt there. So they've gone into someone else's land now. Their great-grandfathers, brothers, neighbourhood, maybe. And the days of Terah that passed were 205 years, and then he died in Haran. So then someone died. Okay. And Genesis 12. Then the Lord said to Abram, depart from your land, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, and come into the land that I will show you. And I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you, and magnify your name, and you will be blessed, and I will bless those who bless you, and curse those who curse you. That's power. Curse the curses. And in you all the families of the earth will be blessed. Or cursed. And so Abram departed just as the Lord had instructed him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran, and he took his wife Sarai, and Lot the son of his brother, and all the substance which they had come to possess, and the lives which they had acquired in Haran. And they departed in order to go to the land of Canaan. And when they arrived in it, Abram passed through. Are they already in Canaan? Who went to Canaan? So Terah took his son Abram. So they were going to the land, and they approached as far as Haran and dwelt there. Okay, so they didn't make it there in Genesis 11, but they were still thinking of going. And then Abram, okay, he took up the, what do you call it? Not the discus. The running race with the baton race. Oh, I can't think of the word. Doesn't matter. Where am I? The blessings and the cursings. Abraham, 70 years old when he departed Haran, took his wife, the land of Canaan. And when they arrived in it, Abram passed through the land even to the place of Shechem, as far as the famous steep valley. Now at that time the Canaanite was in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram, and he said to him, "To your offspring I will give this land." So what the hell happened there? So there's like, in here somewhere, the Canaanites. And after this, the people of Canaanites became widespread. And these are all of the Canaan conceived Sidon. The Canaan. He's picking favourites. So this is saying they're all of one, but this is the Jewish line, I guess. And how they justify saying Canaanite people bad, I guess. Then the Lord appeared to Abram, and he said to him, "To your offspring I will give this land." And there he built an altar to the Lord, who had appeared to him. And passing on from there to a mountain, which was opposed to the east of Bethel, he pitched his tent there, having Bethel to the west, and high on the east. I don't know what high is, maybe a town, country, place, people. He also built an altar there to the Lord, and he called upon his name. And Abram travelled, going out and continuing further on toward the south. But a famine occurred in the land, and Abram descended to Egypt to sojourn there. For famine prevailed over the land. To reside temporarily, to dwell. Tarry. Don't tarry. Yes, we're tarrying. Let's tarry. Where were we up to? I've lost it again. Sojourn there. For famine prevailed over the land. Abram descended to Egypt. Okay. And when he was close to entering Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I know you to be a beautiful woman, and when the Egyptians see you, they will say, she is his wife, and they will put me to death and retain you, because you're so beautiful, you're a beautiful woman. Therefore, I beg you to say that you are my sister, coward, so that it may be well with me because of you, and so that my soul may live by your favour. And so when Abram had arrived in Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was exceedingly beautiful, and the princess reported it to Pharaoh. This fellow, come look, this woman. She is very beautiful, perfect. Mwah. And they praised her to him. And the woman was inducted into the house of Pharaoh. What? In truth, they treated Abram well because of her. And he had sheep and oxen and male donkeys and men servants and women servants and female donkeys and camels. But the Lord scourged Pharaoh and his house with great wounds because of Sarai, the wife of Abram. So they went south because it was a drought? How did they know that these guys were... They're not French. They're Egyptian. I don't know Egyptian. Ancient Egyptian dialect. It didn't have consonants. Pith, tooth, fic, bib. Is that racist? I don't know. Anyway. Where were we? Shit. Pardon my French. It's not French. French is not poop. And Pharaoh called, it's not poop. And he said to him, what is this that you have done to me? Why did you not tell me she was your wife? For what reason did you claim her to be your sister, so that I would take her to me as a wife? Now therefore, behold your mate, receive her and go. And Pharaoh instructed his men about Abram, and they led him away with his wife and all that he had. That makes sense. You didn't tell me the truth. You didn't tell me that. And then your God hurt me because you didn't tell me. Where did it say? And the woman was inducted. Inducted. I don't know. That doesn't really have a have. And it doesn't mean anything about forced. Maybe they could have translated simple past tense induct. Formally in the office or position, to install, to admit, to receive. It's not like being conscripted. She wasn't conscripted into the Egyptian family. Ceremoniously, formally. Translation. Maybe the King James will shed some light on that. Anyway, Pharaoh instructed his men about Abram, and they led him away with his wife and all that he had. So he didn't steal anything. He didn't steal his asses. What did he have? He had some donkeys and he had some sheep. Did he have some sheepies? Yeah, he had sheep. He had sheep, oxen, male donkeys, no female donkeys. Oh, there we go. Female donkeys. So the male donkeys are related. Maybe this isn't a hierarchy thing, but he's got sheep, then oxen, then male donkeys, then men servants, then women servants, and then female donkeys and camels. So are camels or sheep that he rates more highly? Surely camels. Genesis 13. Therefore Abram ascended from Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him toward the southern region. The southern region. So this is south of Egypt. Is this... It starts with S, isn't it? Loading. Sudan. Is this the Sudan? Or just more Egypt, but south? South of Cairo. Was it Cairo? Maybe it's not. Oh, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Let's keep going. Ascended. Descend. Ascend. That means go up. Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. Oh my god. That's in the ocean. Maybe they went ascended north, east. No, ascend from Egypt. So they're going uphill. Yeah, that's right. Because the river delta. Oh my god. What's that river called? The one in Egypt, the big one. Oh my god, I can't think of it. What is it? The delta is at the bottom. Lower Egypt is at the top, which is at the south. The Nile. Oh my god. There we go. Yeah. So that's up and that's down because the water goes to the sea. Here we go. We're making progress. Stuff is making sense now. But he was very wealthy by the possession of gold and silver. When did he get that? I thought he only had donkeys and camels and sheep. And he returned by the way that he came. But that's the wrong word. But he became wealthy, maybe? Because that area is known for gold. That's where the Egyptians went. They went down. They got the gold. Down this way. So they went south, Abram. They got lots of gold and silver. Queen of Sheba territory down that way. And he returned by the way that he came. From the meridian into Bethel. Oh, look it up later. All the way to the place where before he had pitched his tent, between Bethel and Hai. Oh, I just want to look. Bethel, Hai. Why is that working? Washington. Wrong country. Doesn't matter. There at the place of the altar he had made before, he began. There at the place of the altar he had made before, he again called upon the name of the Lord. But Lot also, who was with Abram, had flocks of sheep and cattle and tents. Neither was the land able to contain them, so that they might dwell together. They had too much. Look after the land, fellas. Indeed, their substance was so great, they became a plague of people, that they could not live in common. And then, this is the same thing that happened with Jacob later on. And then there also arose a conflict between the shepherds of Abram and of Lot. Now at that time the Canaanite and the Perizzite lived in that land. Therefore Abram said to Lot, I ask you, let there be no quarrel between me and you, and between my shepherds and your shepherds, for we are brothers. Behold, the entire land is before your eyes. Withdraw from me, I beg you. If you will go to the left, I will take the right. If you choose the right, I will pass to the left. And so Lot split his lot, lifting up his eyes, saw all the region around the Jordan, which was thoroughly irrigated, before the Lord, overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Before the Lord overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot's in with this lot. It was like the paradise of the Lord, and it was like Egypt approaching toward Zoar. And Lot chose for himself the region around the Jordan. That's a bit rude. And he withdrew by way of the east, and they were divided, one brother from the other. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan. So they're invaders. They both invaded, but by different ways. In truth, Lot stayed in the towns that were around the Jordan. In truth, Lot stayed around the towns. So there was already places there. They've come into these towns, these expats, and they've said, hey, we're living here too. And he lived in Sodom. But the men of Sodom were very wicked, and they were sinners before the Lord, before measure, because they had other religions. And the Lord said to Abram, after Lot was divided from him, lift up your eyes and gaze out from the place where you are now, to the north and to the meridian, to the east and to the west, all the land that you see. This is Simba. So this is where they got that. I will give to you and to your offspring even forever. So this is the justification. Okay, this is the justification for the invasion. And I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, if any man is able to number the dust of the earth. But this is like, these are all people from Noah. Again, this is choosing favourites, I guess. But isn't Noah a favourite? What happened? He will be able... This is Abram. Abram's not... Lot was in Sodom. This is Abram. Where's Abram? He's not in... who cares? Gotta focus. Arise and walk through the land in its length and breadth, for I will give it to you. Therefore, moving his tent, Abram went and dwelt by the steep valley of Mamre, the valley of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and he built an altar there to the Lord. Genesis 14. Now it happened in that time that Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Pontus, and Chedorlaomer, king of the Elamites, and Tidal, king of the nations, went to war against Bera, king of Sodom, and against Birsha, king of Gomorrah, and against Shinab, king of Admah, and against Shemaber, king of Zeboim. and against the king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these came together in the wooded valley, which is now the Sea of Salt, for they had served Chedorlaomer for 12 years, and in the 13th year they withdrew from him. Therefore in the 14th year Chedorlaomer arrived, and the kings who were with him, and they struck the Rephaim at Ashtaroth of the two horns, and the Zuzim with them, and the Emim at Shaveth Kiriathaim, and the Chorians in the mountains of Seir, even to the plains of Paran, which is in wilderness. They struck. So I guess this is looting and pillaging, maybe? All the peoples of these places. After the war? Or during the war? And they returned and arrived at the fountain of Mishpat, which is Kadesh. And they struck the entire region of the Amalekites and the Amorites who dwelt in Hazazon Tamar, and the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and indeed the king of Bela, which is in Zoar, went forth, and they directed their point against them in the wooded valley, namely against Chedorlaomer, king of the Elamites, and Tidal, king of the nations. So nations was a people. There you go. And Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Pontus. 4 kings against 5. So they switched sides. No, it was always this. Okay. 4 against 5. Now the wooded valley had many pits of bitumen. So the king of Sodom and the king of Gomorrah turned back, and they fell there. What? And those who remained fled to the mountain. So there was probably a battle. They got stuck in the tar and they tried to get away. Some of them didn't. They were unlucky and got stuck in it. Others went to the mountains. And then they took all the substance of the Sodomites and the Gomorrites. Gomorrahites. Is it Hites? And all that pertained to food. And they went away, along with both Lot, the son of Abram's brother, who lived in Sodom, and his substance. And behold, one who had escaped reported it to Abram the Hebrew, who lived in the steep valley of Mamre, the Amorite, who was the brother of Eshcol, and the brother of Aner, for these had formed an agreement with Abram. When Abram had heard this, namely that his brother Lot had been taken captive, he numbered 318 of his own armed men, and he went in pursuit all the way to Dan. Come on, help us, Dan. And dividing his company, he rushed up them in the night. He rushed upon them in the night, and he struck them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is on the left hand of the Damascus. And he brought back all the substance, and Lot his brother with his substance. What's his substance? All his gold and silver and donkeys and sheep, I guess. Likewise, the women and the people. Then the king of Sodom went out to meet him. So he got out of the tower, I guess. After he returned from the slaughter at Chedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the valley of the king. Then in truth, Melchizedek, the king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, for he was a priest of the Most High God. He blessed him, and he said, Blessed be Abram by the Most High God, who created heaven and earth. So they've got, then in truth, so Salem is their buddy. So this Salem, is this another religion in the Canaanite area with a single God who aligns closely with the Jewish, or is within the Jewish faith? Who created heaven and earth? And blessed be the Most High God, through whose protection the enemies are in your hands. And he gave him tithes from everything. Then the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me those souls, and take the rest for yourself. And he responded to him, I lift up my hand to the Lord God, the Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth, that from one thread within a blanket, even to a single shoelace, I will not take anything from that which is yours, lest you say I have enriched Abram, except that which the young men have eaten, and the shares for the men who came with me, and Eshcol and Mamre. These will take their shares. Genesis 15. And so these things having been transacted, the word of the Lord came to Abram by a vision, saying, Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your protector, and your reward is exceedingly great. And Abram said, Lord God, what will you give to me? Oh, one more bit. It reminds me of the Iliad bit. I may go without children, and the son of the steward of my house is this, Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram added, Yet to me you have not given offspring, and behold, my servant born in my house will be my heir. And immediately the word of the Lord came to him, saying, and immediately the word of the Lord saying, that's like a telegram. This one will not be your heir, but he who will come from your loins. Maybe it's like a wise man came and told him, the same will you have for your heir. And he brought him outside, and he said to him, Take in the heavens and number the stars if you can. And he said to him, So also will your offspring be. Abram believed God, and it was reputed to him unto justice. And he said to him, I am the Lord who led you away from Ur of the Chaldeans, so as to give you this land. But he said that to Abram, didn't he? About giving all the lands of the... I don't know. Keeps on saying it. Lord God, in what way may I be able to know that I will possess it? And the Lord responded by saying, Take for me a cow of 3 years, and a she-goat of 3 years, and a ram of 3 years, also a turtle dove and a pigeon. They can be any age, I guess. Taking all these, he divided them through the middle, and placed both parts opposite one another. But the birds he did not divide. And birds descended upon the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. And when the sun was setting, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and a dread, great and dark, invaded him, and it was said to him, Know beforehand that your future offspring will be sojourners in a land not their own. So that's the renters. And they will subjugate them in servitude and afflict them for 400 years. Yet truly, I will judge the nation that they will serve. So this is talking about Egypt, I guess. And after this, they will depart with great substance. They will take from this place lots of stuff. But you will go to your fathers in peace and be buried at a good old age. So this is going to happen after you. Don't worry. You fellas won't have any problems. But in the 4th generation, your great grandkids, they will return here. But in the 4th generation, no, this is not. What? The 4th generation. This is after Egypt and the 40 years in the desert, I guess. For the inquiries of the Amorites. So I wonder, is this bit written after? Is Genesis 14 written after Moses, and then it's been put in as foreshadowing? So it sounds cool. I wonder. But in the 4th generation, they will return here, for the iniquities of the Amorites are not yet completed, even to this present time. Then when the sun had set, there came a dark mist, and there appeared a smoking furnace and a lamp of fire passing between those divisions. On that day, God formed a covenant with Abram, saying, to your offspring I will give this land from the river of Egypt even to the great river Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, and the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, the Perizzites, likewise the Rephaim, and the Amorites, and the Kenites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. That is a lot of people to invade and take and steal, and that's sad. I'm sad. Well, I think that might be 4 signatures, 4 pages, 1 signature. I'll leave it there. It wasn't 4. This is on the 4th page. So I'll do Genesis 16 and Genesis 17. Yep. So Genesis 17. Now Sarah, the wife of Abram, had not conceived children, but having an Egyptian handmaid named Hagar, she said to her husband, behold, the Lord has closed me, lest I give birth. Enter to my handmaid, so that perhaps I may receive sons of her at least. And when he agreed to her supplication, she took Hagar the Egyptian, her handmaid, 10 years after they began to live in the land of Canaan, and she gave her to her husband as a wife. What's this called? Is this bigamy? What's bigamy? But she gave it to him. She said it, not. I don't know. It's not the multiple. Is it? She gave her husband his wife, and he entered to her. But when she saw that she had conceived, she despised her mistress. And Sarai said to Abram, "You have acted unfairly against me. I gave my handmaid into your bosom." Who, when she saw that she had conceived, held me in contempt. May the Lord judge between me and you. Abram responded to her by saying, it sounds like Abram's talking to his mates about this. Look, she told me to cheat on her, and you know, we had a baby, and then she just didn't like it. It's like, come on. Or the other one, Abram. And so, when Sarai afflicted her, she took flight. So where we were? No. Sarah said to Abram, "You have acted unfairly against me. I gave my handmaid into your bosom, who, when she saw that she had conceived, held me in contempt. May the Lord judge between me and you." Abram responded to her by saying, "Behold, your handmaid is in your hand to treat as it pleases you." And so when Sarai afflicted her, she took flight. Beach flight. Flight. And when the angel of the Lord had found her near the fountain of water in the wilderness, which is on the way to Shur in the desert, he said to her, "Hagar, come on lass, handmaid of Sarai, where have you come from? And where will you go?" And she answered, "I flee from the face of Sarai my mistress." She slapped me. And the angel of the Lord said to her, "Return to your mistress, and humble yourself unto her hand." And again he said, "I will multiply your offspring continuously, and they will not be numbered because of their multitude." But thereafter he said, "Behold, you have conceived, and you will give birth to a son, and you shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. He will be a wild man. His hand will be against all, and all hands will be against him." Oh, that's a bit mean. "And he will pitch his tents away from the region of all his brothers." At least he gets a tent. Then she called upon the name of the Lord who had spoken to her. "You are the God who has seen me." For she said, "Certainly here I have seen the back of the one who sees me." Because of this she called that well, "The well of the one who lives and who sees me." That's a long name. The well of the one who lives and sees and who sees me. The well of the one. Couldn't they condense that a little? The well of the one who lives. It's a living, all-seeing well. All-seeing well? Orson Welles? What? Oh. The same is between Kadesh and Bered, and Hagar gave birth to a son for Abram, who called his name Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar gave birth to Ishmael for him. He's 85 when he knocked her up. Genesis 17. In truth, after he began to be 99 years of age, happy birthday, the Lord appeared to him, and he said to him, "I am the Almighty God," happy birthday, "walk in my sight and become complete. And I will set my covenant between me and you." Is this another one? Didn't he already? Maybe this is the official. This is official now. Writing it down. "And I will multiply you very exceedingly. Abraham fell prone on his face. It was his birthday. Maybe he got a little bit sloshed. And God said to him, hey, I am, and my covenant is with you. Hey, mate. Hey, my covenant's with you, wakey wakey, and you will be the father of many nations. No longer will your name be called Abram, but you will be called Abraham. And for I have established you as the father of many nations, and I will cause you to increase very greatly, and I will set you among the nations, and kings will come forth from you. Like alien style. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and with your offspring after you in their generations, by a perpetual covenant, to be God to you and to your offspring after you. And I will give to you and to your offspring the land of your sojourn, your renting, all the land of Canaan. That's not how property rentals work, is it? You rent and then you buy it? That's pretty good. I wished it was like that. Yeah. As an eternal possession, and I will be their God. Capital G. Again God said to Abram, and you, therefore, shall keep my covenant, and your offspring after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which you shall observe between me and you, and your offspring after you. All the males among you shall be circumcised. So before this they were not circumcised. Noah was not circumcised. And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin. This is all while he's having his birthday and he's fallen on his face. So he's still drunk and he's thinking this, he's hearing this. No, that's wrong, Brendan. Don't think that way. And you shall circumcise the flesh. We already read that. Don't want to read it again. So that may be the sign of the covenant between me and you. Couldn't he just get a tat? Or God's seen that he can't clean his penis? Because he's saying this to him. And you shall... Yeah, and you, mate... How old is he? 80 something. He's cutting his dick at 80 something. No, his 99th birthday. He's circumcising. So that it may be the sign of the covenant between me and you. An infant of 8 days will be circumcised among you. 8 days. Every male in your generations. So also servants born to you, as well as those bought, shall be circumcised, even those who are not of your stock. So this is slaves, and there's no qualms. That's not right. And my covenant shall be with your flesh as an eternal covenant. The male, the flesh of whose. So this is the first book of the Bible, and slavery is just passed over as just something normal by God. That's what this writer is trying to say. It's just in passing. It's just normal thinking of the time. It's not something they focus on. It's just... Okay. I'm getting bogged down. He's still talking about penises. Then he goes, that soul shall be eliminated from his people. Oh, this is the people that... Okay. The people that don't have circumcisions, their souls will be eliminated. For he has made my covenant void. God said also to Abraham, your wife Sarai, you shall not call her Sarai, but Sarah. And I will bless her, and from her I will give you a son, whom I will bless. And he will be among the nations, and the kings of the peoples will rise from him. Abraham fell on his face again, and he laughed, saying in his heart, do you think a son can be born to a 100-year-old man? Will Sarah, you're 99, mate. Come on. He's telling you to wait. No, he's not telling you to wait. Have the kid now before you're 100. Will Sarah give birth at the age of 90? And he said to God, if only Ishmael would live in your sight. And God said to Abram, your wife Sarah shall give birth to a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him as well, as a perpetual covenant. A perpetual covenant, and with his offspring after him. That is cool. So that is saying that every generation there is someone that God comes to and renews the covenant. How cool is that? So, in the Jewish faith, there's someone out there that God comes and goes, hey, I'm going to renew it. I'm renewing it. I'm doing it now with you, buddy. You got it. You have got it. You're going to have lots of babies. Lots and lots of babies. They're going to come through you. You're the one. Perpetual agreement. Delivered again. Awesome. Anyway, likewise concerning Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I will bless and enlarge him, and I will multiply him greatly. He will produce 12 leaders. This is multiplying greatly. The enlarging. I think this is like giving him power, giving him intelligence, wisdom, taking over areas, maybe. Making his name bigger, remembered. People know him. Maybe that's what it means. He will produce 12 leaders, and I will make him into a great nation. Yet in truth I will establish my covenant with Isaac, to whom Sarah will give birth for you at this time next year. And when he had finished speaking with him, God ascended from Abram. Then Abraham took his son Ishmael, and all who were born in his house, and all whom he had bought, every male among the men of his house, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskin. Abraham. So Abraham's on the ground again, maybe, or has he gotten up? And then God ascended. Then Abraham went from his birthday party, took his son and all the other people in his family and his slaves, every man, he circumcised. That's a bit. The very same day, so this 99-year-old man comes up, so I'm going to cut your willy. The very same day, just as God had instructed him, Abraham was 99 years old when he circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and his son Ishmael had completed 13 years at the time of his circumcision. What? On the very same day, Abraham was circumcised with his son Ishmael. Okay, so he was 86. Then Abraham. 86. I can't do math. Let's do maths. 99 minus 86. Does it equal 13? It does. Yes. Okay. The very same day, Abraham was circumcised with his son Ishmael, and all the men of his house, those born in his mouth, as well as those who were bought, even the foreigners, were circumcised with him. And that's the end of Genesis 17, talking about lots of willy cutting. Okay, the King James Bible. Let's see how different it is from the Catholic one. Chapter 9. This is Genesis 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, instead of bird, the fowls, and upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, my man, shall his blood be shed, for in the image of God made he man. He-Man. He-Man's in the Bible. There you go. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with you seed after you, and with everything living creature that is with you, and the fowl of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish in my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of the flood, neither shall there be more, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant. This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I won't drown you. Okay, so that's that covenant. I do set my bow in the cloud. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God, myself, God, and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. So that's third person as well. And God said unto Noah, This is the token of the covenant, which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward. And they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Why? Because he asked them to cover him? Because he asked them to do something for him, to help his dad? And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died.
I bloomin' missed the start of chapter 10, so here it is. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshish, and Tiras.
And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, lived in their lands. And the sons of Gomer. Who was Gomer? Did I not read that bit? And he died. Chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshish, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer. So Gomer is from Japheth, and Japheth is the big one. He's the one that was made the biggest. And the sons of Javan. Who was Javan from? Javan's still from Japheth, the big one. Elish, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dogman. But these were the isles of the Gentiles. So the biggest of the sons of Noah were the Gentiles. These are the non-Jews. So the leaders of the Jewish faith are the Gentiles. Divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families in their nations. Nations of nation. Nope. And the sons of Ham, Cush and Mizraim, and Phut and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabtikcha. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. Or it's saying Cush is the mighty one, not Nimrod. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. No, they're talking about Nimrod. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. So it wasn't just the kingdom of Babel. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and builded, this is his Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and Rezin between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. Mizraim begat Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Kalsuhim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Semirite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. The families of the Canaanites spread abroad. So that's saying everyone that's outside is not, they're the us against them. So they're fair game. So that's anyone, I don't even know, have they said where? It's just wherever Noah's kind of set up camp and everybody's just still in that area? Doesn't matter. Anyway. Where were we? Talking about names. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar, unto Gaza. As thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. Where is all this stuff? Can I type in? This won't let me. It won't let me select text. Oh yes, it will. So where are we? Sidon. I can't see it. 19. Can I? Let's have a look. Will this let me do anything? Oh, what? Do what I say, not as you want. What's this going to do? Is it too many places? Let's sit on. It is Sidon. Beirut. Damascus. We're in Lebanon. Above Jerusalem. Sidon to, is it Lashesh? Lasha is the last one. Lasha. Lasha. West Bank. Can't see it. Anyway, Tel Aviv. It's basically Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv, up in near Beirut, wasn't it? Somewhere like Beirut, Tel Aviv. That's the Canaanite area. And these are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations, unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, Arphaxad, or how did I say it? Arphaxad, probably how you say it, and Lud and Aram. The children of Aram, Uz and Hul and Gether and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber, and unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Alamadad, and Sheleph, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzul, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. They were. What happened to them? They became leaders. Their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. Mount Sephar. Is it still called that? Is that how you say it? Got an R on it. I didn't say that. Anymore. Safar. Is that court? Zakata? It's on the Arabian Peninsula. In the east. It's not really east, is it? No, it is east. Southeast. Unless it's not. Because it just said east. Maybe that's just... The dwelling was from Misha. As thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. Yeah, I think they've put that wrong on the map there. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their generations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name. Let us be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. The Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language. Let us go down, plural, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad. Maybe it's the royal we, the holy we. Holy we. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore, in the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there in that place confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. They said they were going to go anyway. These are the generations of Shem. These are the generations of Shem. These are the generations. Shem was an 100. What 100? 200? 300? 100? Shem was I guess, 100 years old, and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. These are the generations of Shem. So after the flood, 2 years, then Arphaxad was born. Okay. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad, 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, 35 years, and begat Salah. And Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years, and begat Eber. And Salah lived after he begat Eber 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years, and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years, and begat sons and daughters. And is it Reu or Reu? Is that Chinese sound, isn't it? Lived 32 years, and begat Serug. And lived after he begat Serug 207 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begat Terah and 119 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years, and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now, these are the generations of Terah. Now, Terah begat Abram, another Abram. No, he's just saying it again. Now, Nahor and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity. Where he was born. So he died where he was born. In Ur of the Chaldees. Ur of the Chaldees. Isn't that the first city? During the time of Abraham, around 2000 BT, BC, the Amorites, Ugarit, Bibius, Sidon, Sinai, Elam, Assyria, Babylonia. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. They took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah. the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren. Still sounds rude, both versions. She had no child. And Terah took Abram, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, because Haran died, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife. And they went forth with them from Ur of Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. So they went west. They went west. Go west. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. This was on the way to Canaan. Chapter 12. Now the Lord had said unto Abram. Maybe it's like the same thing. It's like, come on, mate. Your name's too hard. We're just going to call you Abraham. It's going to be easier than Abram. Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will shew thee. Show. I wonder, is that like a medieval spelling of show? Just a typo? You know? And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. They bought slaves in Haran. That's what I'm kind of thinking. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. So is that when they started to have slaves? And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram, and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. Not to you, but to your seed, to your kids, your grandkids, your offspring, your babies. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. Bethel, Hai. And there he built an altar, built unto the Lord, and called upon the Lord of the Lord, name of the Lord. He called the Lord. Hello. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land. So this is the south land, between Bethel and Hai and Egypt. There was this famine. And Abram at this stage went down into Egypt to sojourn, to rent there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. So this is basically prejudice. These people are going to be bad to me. There's no reason. God didn't tell him this, did he? Unto thy seed I will give this land, and they build it unto an altar. Remove from thence place unto the mountain on the east. Pitch his tent. He said this land, so why did he? And then he journeyed. So God talked to him and said, hey, here's the place, here. And Abram's like, I'm going on a journey. It's like, okay. And then he went off to Egypt. Anyway. So he said to his wife, you're my sister. I'm going to say this in Egypt. That it may be well with me for thy sake and my soul. Because he doesn't want to get killed. Because he's paranoid. And my soul shall live because of thee. God just, what? And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, Pharaoh's kids, and commended her before Pharaoh. Commended. Told him. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. The woman was taken. There we go. So this sounds like more of a kidnapping. And he entered Abram well for her sake. Yeah, you can come on. So that doesn't sound like kidnapping. And he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, men servants and maid servants, and she asses and camels. So that doesn't sound. So that the other one, it sounded like Abram has all this stuff and he's taking this to Egypt. And this one, it could be interpreted to say Pharaoh gave. He entered Abram well for her sake. And he had. Well, it said he had, so so it's not Pharaoh giving him. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plague because of Sarai, Abram's house, Abram's wife. So while he's entered Egypt, he's scared of the people there. Doesn't want to get killed. Says she's my wife. She's my sister. They're like, oh, she looks hot. Pharaoh's kid's like, yep. Let's tell Dad. Hey Dad, look at her. Pharaoh's like, oh yeah, she can come into my house, bring a brother, and then there was a plague. So then in Jewish faith it's saying, and Christian faith, that God gave a plague to Pharaoh and his house. So he's saying Pharaoh got sick and the people in his house got sick. Great plague. Because of Sarah, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, what is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? So there's two things there. There's the part Pharaoh's sick, but he didn't die. at least at this stage. And he somehow found out that Sarai is Abram's wife. So who told him? When God gave the plague, did God say, hey, Pharaoh, giving you a plague because you've taken Abram's wife? And he's like, what? And that's... Now, then he's like, oh, then he goes and talks to Abram. He says, what is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, she is my sister, so I might have taken her to me to wife? So I might have taken her to me to wife. To wed, maybe? Maybe in King James it's like, I don't know. Was it Middle English? Was it Old English? Wife? Maybe wife and wed was the same sort of... Now therefore, behold thy wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt. He went south, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. So Lot was there too. It's just, he's in the back going, I'm still here. And Abram was very rich in cattle, and silver, and in gold. So he went with his asses, and his camels, and his sheep, and his maids, and his men servants. He went south, and he got cattle, silver, and gold. Does he still have those other things, or did he trade them for those? Maybe he just was really good at business. Sold some nice woolen jumpers to the Sudanese. Some nice coloured beanies. And he went out on his journeys from the south even to Bethel. Bethel's in the north. He's gone around the hard way, the long way, across the Red Sea, back into Middle East. Anyway, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first, and there Abram called on the name of the Lord. This is at that altar that he made before. And Lot also, which went with Abram, and flocks, and herds, and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together. So, what? So he went to the altar. He tried to call God. He got a busy signal or something. There's no actual call, no answer from God at that point. Well, there's no telling of that. So is that like he's him, Abram's? He's come full circle with Lot, and it's like, oh my God, Lot's still here. Come on, you're starting to aggravate me. There's too many of us. We gotta split up. Because God is like, what do I do? But there's no call. There's no answer. So then he's faced to actually talk with Lot about this. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked, and sinners between the Lord exceedingly. Excuse me. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes. Was God waiting for Lot to leave? He's like, oh. Okay, I'll talk to you now. Lot's gone. That's awkward. Poor Lot. Feel for Lot. Lot's Lot. And look forward. Lot's Lot for looking for his Lot. And look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land, in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is the Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. Second altar of Hebron. Chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel. Did Abram build the first one? Did his uncle build the first one? I don't know. Chapter 14. Abram passed through the land, mountain, and he builded altar. And that was Abram, wasn't it? Yeah, Abram. So Abram built 2 altars. Okay, chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, sounds French, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations. King of nations. Tidal, king of nations. That's a cool title. Title for title. That these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemember, whose member? King of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the salt sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shabbath Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir, unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazaztamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim. That's Chittolamir. That seems evil. They're doing all this killing. Sodom and Gomorrah, they're going out. I don't know. I'm not a historian, but it just doesn't sound. Sounds like they're in defense here. But who knows why? Who knows why? And there's somewhere they say they're all giving ties to some dude who's like the super king, and it's like, oh. Maybe it's like a split in the power structure. Anyway. With Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, then Raphael, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. Against 5, I guess. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled. So they're talking about slime and bricks. So it's tar pits. So when they're talking about Babel before, saying they used tar and bricks. So the tar was like their mortar, I guess. But they call them slime pits in the what do you call it? King James Bible. That's weird. So we might have had slime roads if we use that word instead of tar roads. Anyway, doesn't matter. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there and fell. But the kings of Sodom, and Gomorrah. There's only one king. They're talking about Sodom king later. He just fell over. They didn't actually die. Or did they? Maybe some did. And that remained, fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelled in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew. The Hebrew? Is that the first time they've used the word Hebrew? And he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner. And these were confederate with Abram. These were bros. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318 servants, not slaves, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them. So there's murder. The Hebrews murder. So this is the first Hebrew battle. And pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer. So when they say the king fell, they mean the nation king and his people of Sodom fell. So it's not actually the king dying, it's like saying Sodom lost the battle. And of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's dale, which king? Sodom's king? And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. And he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet. I didn't know they had shoelaces or shoe latchets back then. Early invention, shoelaces. And that I thought they just had sandals. No, they don't. That's because you've got like, I know he's come after, but you know that the guy in the mud guy. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm getting tired. That's probably what it is. That I will not take. I'll just use that as an excuse. Doesn't matter. Nobody's going to listen to this. Nobody. I will not take from a thread even to, excuse me, I'm sorry. And that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, and Eshcol and Mamre, let them take their portion. Chapter 15. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels, your belly, intestines, shall be thine heir. It's like poo. It's like your poo kid. Your poo boy. Pooh Bear and your poo boy. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. What did he count? The stars? And he believed in the Lord, and he counted. So this is Abram counting? And he said unto him, I am what? And he said unto him. That's confusing. Say, and he said unto Abram, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Abram, Lord God, Abram said this, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me ein heifer of 3 years old, and a sheep goat, and a sheep goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst. The midst of what? This is brutal. He just cut up all these animals in half, and laid each piece one against the other. He laid each piece one against the other. So he cut them up, but he still left them together, maybe, next to each other. But the birds divided he not. Did he still kill them? So he's like, cut the animals in half, put them on the ground. Then he's got the birds, knock their heads out, knock them out, put them down too. They're all wherever this is. I don't know if it's on an altar or wherever. And when the fowls came down, says other birds, upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him, because it was night time. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed. And he said unto Abram, so God said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards they shall come out with great substance. Great substance. Gonna be shooting our babies everywhere. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. And in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Iniquity. Can't spell. Gross immortality or injustice. So saying the Amorites, for the injustice, for the wickedness of the Amorites is not yet full. So they haven't got to the naughtiest. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. The pieces of the sacrifices, maybe. In the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thy seed. This is another covenant, lots of covenants. Is this each day? A few days or weeks? Lots of covenants. Unto thy seed have I given this land. Your kids, your sperm, all your sperm gets this land. From the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. Come on. The Nile's pretty great too. The Kenites and the Kenzites and the Kadamites and the Hittites and the Pizzerites, the Perizzites and the Rephaims and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Gergeshites and the Jebusites. Unto these seed I have given this land from the river of... Oh, okay. And then he just lists all the names of the places that he's saying you can invade. Okay. Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children. Now, after now. After comes before now. is after he says, I go childless. Now, so he's done this. What? Why is chapter 15 before chapter 16 then? I don't know. That's confusing. He's done these sacrifices to get kids. And God said, mate, look, I'm going to let you have lots of good sperm. You're going to be pumping out the kids. Okay? You're going to be able to take all these places. You know, you're going to go up to Pizzarites, the Canites, the Gigashites, you know, you just the Jebusites. You're going to be taking all of it. Then Sarai, before she was Sarah, before he was Abraham, Sarai, Abraham's wife, bare him no children. Now, chapter 16. And she had an un-Egyptian, ein Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. Poor Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may. So this is a mistake of Sarai. Is she here? The Lord hath restrained me. She's using the Lord's name in vain here. It doesn't actually say the Lord talked to Sarai in saying this. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. Maybe that's why this poor bugger, what's his name? What's the kid's name? Ishmael. Poor Ishmael. Is he from Moby Dick? Ishmael. Captain Ahab. Ishmael's a narrator. Okay. Ahab's the... tries to find the white whale. His purpose in life. Maddening. Anyway. She says, look husband, hubby, go in. Go have shmoo shmoo. Is it shmoo shmoo? Snoo snoo. Go have snoo snoo. With me maid, it may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. Hearkened. Okay. He listened to her. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian. That's so racist. It's just the Egyptian. It's like after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan. So they've come out and they've gone to Canaan for 10 years. They've taken this maid, she says, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. To be his wife. So this is like saying, Sarai saying, this maid is your second wife. But he still thinks of her as a maid? Or no? No, this is... as his wife, wife or wed, or maybe because, you know, when the whole thing of wedding, his wed, you know, and wife is, a wedding is, you know, the conceiving, the, you know, the first snoo snoo, so then it's kind of like saying, gave her husband to have snoo snoo with someone else. Lost in translation, I don't know. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. That's lovely. My wrong be upon thee. Abram, knock knock, Abram, you there? Yeah. My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleasest thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. So Abram said, Do whatever. And Sarah was like, All right. No wonder she bloody ran. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarah's mate, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarah. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. Submit her under more hands? Oh, that's abusive. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And what does Ishmael actually mean something? Meaning? There we go. God will hear, and shalt bear a son, shalt call him Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God seest me, for she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Beer Lahai Roy. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. 80 is 86. Because I think a score is 20. Let's go times it by 2. Chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 99, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. Love the rhyming. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him. He fell again. So they both say smash. He just. And God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. and for a father of many nations have I made thee. So is that what Abram means? Many nations leader or something? Father of many in Hebrew. Okay. Alright. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful. Good orchard grower. And I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land whereupon thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession. Land wherein thou art a stranger. Doesn't say always will be a stranger though. But the land will be given everlasting, and I will be their God. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt, oh I love that word, me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man child, in your generations. Every oh, I love it. He that is born in the house and stays in the house because he's a man child, or bought with money of any stranger, that's a slave, which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised. So the man childs that are circumcised are okay. The man child that are circumcised, not okay. That soul, those uncircumcised man childs, shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. So Sarai means Sarai, my princess, and Sarah, princess, noblewoman, same thing. Matriarch, probably like matriarch, princess. And I will bless her and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations, Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, so he's got his head down, he's saying this, shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old, and shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said unto God, Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant. and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. So Isaac, but Ishmael, so Ishmael does have. So poor Ishmael will be alone, but his sons will have growth. Is that how they say it? Will get bigger, become nation leaders, whatever. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. So therefore, none of those souls of that first generation that were around Abraham on that day had their souls lost, because they were all circumcised. I mean, there was that guy before, whatever his name is. Clearly he wasn't said to be dead. But these are the ones whose souls continue on. Noah. Did Noah go up with God too? Or don't know. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. This is so... the language. Come on. In the selfsame day, as Abraham's Willie was, and Ishmael his son, and all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger. Bought with the money of the stranger. Who's the stranger? Dun, dun, dun. Were Willie with him. Chapter 18. And the Lord appeared upon him in the plains of Mamre. And he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, and he lifted up his eyes, and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favour in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto a young man. And he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf, which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, and were stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women, menopause. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And the Lord said unto Abram, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of the surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom. And Abraham went. That's a bit harsh. If you're a 90-year-old woman and your husband says, come on, you're going to have a baby. Let's have some good boogie times. Of course she'd laugh. He said, oh, God said, come on. He couldn't have said that. And then God said, come on, Sarah, don't lie. She's like, I didn't say it. Yeah, you did. Come on. Thou didst laugh. The men rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? What? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? What's the thing that which I do? For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. And the Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. So this is the Abraham a lot. This is the war against Sodom and Gomorrah. This is the justification for the annihilation. This is when he's 99 years old, is it? I will go down now and see whether these people of Sodom and Gomorrah they have done altogether according to the cry of it. So what he's heard. This is God going down and trying to find out what he's being told. What? And if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom, the men. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there by 50 righteous within the city, wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Not the judge of all the earth do right. I mean, I know this is God saying, I know everything. I know who's good and bad. I can judge. I'm just trying to see, is this Abraham? He sent his men off. He sent his men off into Sodom and Gomorrah. Then he's having this contemplation with God about judgment. He sent them off basically on reconnaissance. He hasn't told them to go out and kill. He's just find out what's happening down there. And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom, so then this is the normal parable, Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, Peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall be 30 be found. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I know I'm kind of, dragging this along, but I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. And he said, God said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. He said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry. I'm going to do it again. And I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. He said, I will not destroy it. It, whatever it is, the town or the evil, for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way, as soon as he had left, communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. I will not destroy it. Just the hypothetical thought I was thinking of, you've got these old armies, and you've got you've got this commander, Abram, saying, I want justification for taking over this country, this land, saying, this is my place now. To have this power to destroy, okay, you can believe God's going to do this killing. But it's cool to think of the technology at the time, and it's like, I don't know, you put your tinfoil hat on. What kind of weapons could they have had that could have taken out a whole town? Because I don't know how big these places were. Sodom, ancient Sodom, population, because they historians talk about these places as cities, but they weren't really. These are huge numbers. The population is not given, but each city probably held 150,000 people. That's huge. Because usually you see these wrecks, the places that they had in the documentaries, and they always look like towns. They never look like places that could hold more than 10,000 people. But they pull these big numbers out. 750,000 people. That's insane. That's huge. Because you think of the whole, how much land to a family. 2 acres per family kind of thing. It's just, and this is, pre-industrial farming. That's enough of my ranting. I'll stop now. Sorry.
Akul is the Kulan. Got up to Allah is not unaware of what you do last time. So keep on going. Those are they who bought the present life for the hereafter. So the punishment will not be lightened for them, nor will they be helped. We gave Moses the scripture and sent a succession of messengers after him. And we gave Jesus, son of Mary, the clear proofs, and we supported him with the Holy Spirit. Is it that whenever a messenger comes to you with anything your souls do not desire, you grew arrogant, calling some impostors and killing others? And they said, Our hearts are sealed. Rather, Allah has cursed them for their ingratitude. They have little faith. And when a scripture came to them from Allah, confirming what they have, although previously they were seeking victory against those who disbelieved, But when there came to them what they recognized, they disbelieved in it. So Allah's curse is upon the disbelievers. Miserable is what they sold their souls for, rejecting what Allah has revealed out of resentment that Allah would send down His grace upon whomever He chooses from among His servants. Thus they incurred wrath upon wrath, and there is a demeaning punishment for the disbelievers. And when it is said to them, believe in what Allah has revealed, they say, we believe in what was revealed to us. And they reject anything beyond that, although it is the truth which confirms what they have. Say, why did you kill Allah's prophets before, if you were believers? Moses came to you with clear proofs, yet you adopted the calf in his absence, and you were in the wrong. And we made a covenant with you, and raised the mount above you. Take what we have given you firmly, and listen. They said, we hear and disobey. And their hearts became filled with the love of the calf, because of their disbelief. Say, wretched is what your faith commands you to do, if you are believers. Say, if the final home with Allah is yours alone, to the exclusion of all other people, then wish for death if you are sincere. But they will never wish for it, because of what their hands have forwarded. Allah is aware of the evildoers. You will find them, of all mankind, the most eager for life, even more than the polytheists. Every one of them wishes he could live 1,000 years, but to be granted a long life will not nudge him from the punishment. Allah is seeing of what they do. Say, whoever is hostile to Gabriel, it is he who revealed it to your heart by Allah's leave, confirming what preceded it, and guidance and good news for the believers. Whoever is hostile to Allah and His angels and His messengers and Gabriel and Michael, Allah is hostile to the faithless. I wonder why they're separate. Is it like archangels instead of just angels for Gabriel and Michael? We have revealed to you clear signs, and none rejects them except the sinners. Is it not that whenever they make a covenant, some of them toss it aside? In fact, most of them do not believe. And when there came to them a messenger from Allah, confirming what they had, a faction of those who were given the book threw the book of Allah behind their backs, as if they do not know. And they follow what the devils taught during the reign of Solomon. It was not Solomon who disbelieved, but it was the devils who disbelieved. They taught the people witchcraft and what was revealed in Babylon to the two angels, Harut and Marut. They did not teach anybody until they had said, we are a test, so do not lose faith. But they learned from them the means to cause separation between man and his wife. But they cannot harm anyone except with Allah's permission. And they learned what would harm them and not benefit them. Yet they knew that whoever deals in it will have no share in the hereafter. Miserable is what they sold their souls for, if they only knew. Had they believed and been righteous, the reward from Allah would have been better if they only knew. O you who believe, do not say ambiguous words, but say words of respect and listen. The disbelievers will have a painful torment. Ambiguous words. I found that first bit ambiguous. Maybe it's just trying to say, don't get confused, don't try to twist stuff. Just take what we're saying and do good. and if you're going against that, then you're not reading this properly, I guess. And I guess if you're trying to put more words into it, then you're making it ambiguous. Anyway, where were we? So we had, "O you who believe, do not say ambiguous words, but say words of respect and listen. The disbelievers will have a painful torment. It is never the wish of the disbelievers from among the people of the book, nor of the polytheists, that any good should be sent down to you from your Lord. But Allah chooses for his mercy whomever he wills. Allah is possessor of sublime grace. We never nullify a verse, nor cause it to be forgotten, unless we bring one better than it, or similar to it. Do you not know that Allah is capable of all things?" That's interesting. We never nullify a verse, nor cause it to be forgotten, unless we bring one better than it, or similar to it. So that, I read that as, we try to write the best we can, the most righteous kind of text, and if there's room for improvement, we'll accept the better version of it, the better iteration, which I haven't previously. I've heard, this book is, you can't change this book, but when it says like this thing, we'll bring one better than it or similar to it. This similar to it, I think that's like saying, hey, translations are fine, so long as it's not caused to be forgotten, unless we bring one better or similar. Similar is the word. We're trying to make the same ideas come across with different languages, so which is cool. Do you not know that Allah is capable of all things? Do you not know that to Allah belongs the sovereignty of the heavens and the earth, and that apart from Allah you have not guardian or helper? Or do you want to question your messenger, as Moses was questioned before? Whoever exchanges faith for disbelief has strayed from the right path. Many of the people of the book wish to turn you back into unbelievers after you have believed. Many people of the book, out of envy on their part, after the truth has become clear to them. But pardon and overlook until Allah brings his command. What does that mean? Many of the people of the book wish to turn you back into unbelievers after you have believed, out of envy on their part, after the truth has become clear to them. I guess that's because they can't believe, and you have found the ability to believe. But pardon and overlook. Pardon. So you pardon them and overlook. You overlook their envies. Wish to turn you back. The wish. You overlook their wishes, I guess. That's what it's saying. Out of envy. Overlook their envy and bad wishing. Gotta have good wishes. Wish for good. Until Allah brings his command. Allah has power over all things. And perform the prayer and give alms. Whatever good you forward for yourselves, you will find it with Allah. Allah is seeing of everything you do. And they say none will enter heaven unless he is a Jew or a Christian. And they say, these are their wishes. Say, produce your proof if you are truthful. Because Christianity, it's like, you accept the Gentiles, so it's accepting everyone. So I guess when they're saying, and they say, maybe they're saying these people again. None will enter heaven unless they are. These are their wishes. Say, produce your proof if you are truthful. In fact, whoever submits himself to Allah and is a doer of good will have his reward with his Lord. They have nothing to fear, nor shall they grieve. There we go. That's a good one. Submits himself to Allah. I guess that'll be explained later. Or have I missed that? And is a doer of good. The Jews say the Christians are not based on anything. I haven't heard that. They're based on Jesus. And the Christians say the Jews are not based on anything. I don't know about that. I've never heard this before. Yet they both read the scripture. I don't know, is this trying to put a divide between people? Or is this referring back to, and they say, produce your proof if you're truthful? Because as a Christian, I've never heard Christian belief saying Jews are not based on anything. Yet they both read the scripture. Similarly, the ignorant said the same thing. Allah would judge between them on the day of resurrection regarding their differences. Maybe that should say, some Jews say, some Christians say, not all Christians, not all Jews. Who is more unjust than him who forbids the remembrance of Allah's name in places of worship? Who is more unjust than him who forbids the remembrance of Allah's name and contributes to their ruin? These ought not to enter them except in fear. For them is disgrace in this world, and for them is a terrible punishment in the hereafter. The remembrance of Allah's name. So why is all that, what's in a name? A name's a symbol of the person. And we have many symbols. So what I'm trying to get out of it is what that kind of relates further. I'm guessing further on they're saying about you hear that stuff about Islam and not liking images. Only you see flowers and patterns everywhere. I wonder what that word means, name means in Arabic. Can it define symbol, like the symbol of someone, something, or is it just specifically these are the letters that constitute the reference of that individual? These ought not to enter them except in fear. For them is disgrace in this world, and for them is a terrible punishment in the hereafter. Because if the symbol is good, because it's the remembrance of Allah's name in places of worship. So the worship contributes to their ruin, the unjust. To Allah belong the east and the west. Whichever way you turn, there is Allah's presence. Allah is omnipotent. I can't say the word. Omnipotent. And omniscient. Omniscient. Omnipresent. You hear these words and then realize you haven't really said them. Well, I haven't. And they say, Allah has begotten a son. Be he glorified. Rather, he is everything in the heavens and the earth. All are obedient to him. Originator of the heavens and the earth. Whenever he decrees a thing, he says to it, be, and it becomes. Be donuts. Be strong. Be smart. Be loving. Be good. Those who do not know say, if only Allah would speak to us, or a sign would come to us. Thus said those who were before them. Their hearts are alike. We have made the signs clear for people who are certain. We have sent you with the truth, bringing good news and giving warnings. You will not be questioned about the inmates of hell. The Jews and the Christians will not approve of you unless you follow their creed. Say Allah's guidance is the guidance. Should you follow their desires after the knowledge that has come to you, you will have in Allah neither guardian nor helper. Those to whom we have given the scripture follow it, as it ought to be followed. These believe in it. But as for those who reject it, these are the losers. Loser. O children of Israel, remember my blessing, which I bestowed upon you, and that I have favoured you over all people. And beware of a day when no soul will avail another soul in any way, and no ransom will be accepted from it, and no intercession will benefit it, and they will not be helped. Don't be a jerk. You won't get help if you're being a jerk. And when this Lord tested Abraham with certain words, and he fulfilled, like a super jerk, super duper jerk, don't be really mean. I am making you a leader of humanity. He said, and my descendants, he said, my pledge does not include the wrongdoers. We made the house a focal point for the people and a sanctuary. Use the shrine of Abraham as a place of prayer, and we commissioned Abraham and Ishmael. Sanctify my house for those who circle around it, and those who seclude themselves in it, and those who kneel and prostrate. When Abraham said, O my Lord, make this a peaceful land, and provide its people with fruits, whoever of them believes in Allah and the last day, he said, and whoever disbelieves, I will give him a little enjoyment. Then I will consign him to the punishment of the fire. How miserable the destiny. What? There's peace, and then there's, I will push you into the fire. Punishment of the fire. The burn. Burn. Burn, baby, burn. So I don't know the symbolic punishment of the fire. I will consign him to the punishment of the fire. Give him a sick burn. Humiliate whoever disbelieves. As Abraham raises the foundations of the house, together with Ishmael, and Ishmael was the first son of Abraham. We read before about, was it Hagar? Was that her name? The maid? Together. Our Lord, accept it from us. You are the hearer, the knower. Our Lord, and make us submissive to you, and from our descendants a community submissive to you, and show us our rights, and accept our repentance. You are the acceptor of repentance, the merciful. Our Lord, and raise up among them a messenger of themselves, who will recite to them your revelations, and teach them the book and wisdom, and purify them. You are the Almighty, the wise. Who would forsake the religion of Abraham, except he who fools himself? We chose him in this world, and in the hereafter he will be among the righteous. When his Lord said to him, submit, he said, I have submitted to the Lord of the worlds. And Abraham exhorted his sons, and Jacob, O my sons, Allah has chosen this religion for you. So do not die unless you have submitted. So I wonder about, so when was the fall of the Canaanites? This might say. Second millennium BC. It's 2,000 years BC. Mythology. Early bronze. Canaanite Confederacy centered in fully rolled Egyptian Empire, Hittite Empire. And they were under the Egyptians. It's too hard. Augusto chat GPT. Let's ask an AI. When did the game... Whoops. I can't spell. So it's like they diluted. Bronze Age collapse. And the Sea Peoples, that was huge. Only the Egyptians survived them. And then... So that's 1000 BCE basically. It's gone. 1200 it was flagging. And then you've got, when did Islam start? How much later was that? 7th century CE. 600. So that's 1,600 years after the polytheist religions kind of went out of the area, and then it was mono. So it was just one kind of god. People were mostly, I guess, in the area. And then so Islam's kind of, from this reading, it's just focused on that. Okay. That kind of gives a good background of where this is approaching from. Sorry, I just haven't got that kind of background, knowing that stuff. So what we were saying, our Lord, where were we up to? I'll just read from here. Who would forsake the religion of Abraham, except he who fools himself? We chose him in this world, and in the hereafter he will be among the righteous. When his Lord said to him, submit, he said, I have submitted. No, I haven't read that much. We heard the losers. How's the folk upon my people's sanctuary? Pretty sure we read that side. As Abraham raises the foundations of the house together with... Yeah, we read that. Show us our rights. accept our repentance. You are the acceptor of repentance, the merciful, O Lord, and raise up among them a messenger of themselves, who will recite to them your revelations and teach them the book and wisdom, and purify them. You are the Almighty, the wise. Who would forsake the religion of Abraham, except he who falls himself? We chose him in this world, and in the hereafter he will be among the righteous. When the Lord said to him, Submit, he said, I have submitted to the Lord of the worlds. And Abraham exhorted his sons, and Jacob, O my sons, Allah has chosen this religion for you. So do not die unless you have submitted. Or were you witnesses when death approached Jacob? And he said to his sons, What will you worship after me? They said, We will worship your God, and the God of your fathers, Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, one God, and to him we submit. That was a community that has passed. For them is what they have earned, and for you is what you have earned, and you will not be questioned about what they used to do. Because that's what they did. You do what you do. And they say, be Jews or Christians, and you will be guided. Say, rather the religion of Abraham, the monotheist. He was not an idolater. Say, we believe in Allah, and in what was revealed to us, and in what was revealed to Abraham, and Ishmael, and Isaac, and Jacob, and the patriarchs, and in what was given to Moses and Jesus, and in what was given to the prophets from their Lord. We make no distinction between any of them, and to him we surrender. If they believe in the same as you have believed in, then they have been guided. But if they turn away, then they are in schism. Allah will protect you against them, for he is the hearer, the knower. Allah's colouring, and who gives better colouring than Allah? And we are devoted to him. Say, do you argue with us about Allah, when he is our Lord and your Lord, and we have our works and you have your works, and we are sincere to him? Or do you say to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and the patriarchs, we're Jews or Christians? Say, do you know better, or Allah? And who does greater wrong than he who conceals a testimony he has from Allah? Allah is not unaware of what you do. That was a community that has passed. To them it is what they have earned, and to you is what you have earned, and you will not be questioned about what they used to do. So driving the point home maybe. The ignorant among the people will say, what has turned them away from the direction of prayer they once followed? Say, to Allah belong the east and the west. He guides whom he wills to a straight path. Thus we made you a moderate community, that you may be witnesses to humanity, and that the messenger may be a witness to you. We only established the direction of prayer, which you once followed, that we may distinguish those who follow the messenger from those who turn on their heels. It is indeed difficult, except for those whom Allah has guided. But Allah would never let your faith go to waste. Allah is kind towards the people, merciful. We have seen your face turn towards the heaven, so we will turn you towards a direction that will satisfy you. So turn your face towards the sacred mosque. That's unique. And wherever you may be, turn your faces towards it. Is this in the original? Because this seems very... So he's 40 and he's saying this, the sacred mosque. So mosque means temple. Your sacred temple. So turn your face towards the sacred temple. And wherever you may be, turn your faces towards it. Those who were given the book know that it is the truth from their Lord, and Allah is not unaware of what they do. Because, of course, this is Islam, so they're talking about facing Mecca, I guess. But anyway, maybe they'll clear it up further on. Even if you were to bring to those, or maybe it's simple, hey, you want it dead simple? Mecca. There you go. There's a temple. Even if you were to bring to those who were given the book every proof, they would not follow your direction, nor are you to follow their direction, nor do they follow the direction of one another. And if you were to follow their desires after the knowledge that has come to you, you would be in that case one of the wrongdoers. Whoa. And if you were to follow their desires, they would not follow your direction, nor are you to follow their direction, nor do they follow the direction of one another. And if you were to follow their desires after the knowledge that has come to you, you would be in that case one of the wrongdoers. Those to whom we have given the book recognize it as they recognize their own children, but some of them conceal the truth while they know. The truth is from the Lord, so do not be a skeptic. To every community is a direction towards which it turns. Therefore, race towards goodness. Wherever you may be, Allah will bring you all together. Allah is capable of everything. And wherever you come from, turn your face towards the sacred mosque. This is the truth from your Lord, and Allah is not heedless of what you do. And wherever you come from, turn your face towards the sacred mosque, and wherever you may be, turn your faces towards it, so that the people may not have any argument against you, except those who do wrong among them. So do not fear them, but fear me. Who's talking here? Is Muhammad stating this as a leader, or is this like a prophet saying what the Lord says? I don't understand that bit. Better read it again. And wherever you come from, turn your face towards the sacred mosque. This is the truth from your Lord, and Allah is not heedless of what you do. And wherever you come from, turn your face towards the mosque, and wherever you may be, turn your faces towards it, so that the people may not have any argument against you, except those who do wrong among them. So do not fear them, but fear me, and I may complete my blessings upon you, and that you may be guided, just as we sent to you a messenger from among you, who recites our revelations to you and purifies you, and teaches you the book and wisdom, and teaches you what you did not know. This sounds a bit like Moses's, when he's we'll get into it in a few nights' time, but when Moses becomes a judge for his community, it's like setting himself up as, so remember me, and I will remember you, and thank me, and do not be ungrateful. O you who believe, seek help through patience and prayers. Allah is with the steadfast. And do not say of those who are killed in the cause of Allah, dead. Rather they are alive, but you do not perceive. We will certainly test you with some fear and hunger, and some loss of possessions and lives and crops. I think this is the holy we, I think. So it's saying, yep, life's going to suck at times, but gives good news to the steadfast. Those who, when a calamity afflicts them, say, to Allah we belong, and to Him we will return. Hey, Sarah, Sarah. Whatever shall be, I guess. Upon these blessings and mercy from their Lord, these are the guided ones. Yeah, I think that rounds it up well. Those who, when a calamity afflicts them, say, to Allah we belong, and to Him we will return. So, when you've got no answers, and life's, it's throwing all these things at you, the hunger and the fear and, being stolen from, lives and crops being lost. You say, to Allah we belong. You just focus your mind on, the simplicity of faith and say, and to Him we will return. And you just leave it at that and you just carry on, because it's all about that steadfast. Good news to the steadfast. I'll leave it at that tonight. Thanks. And last time we got to the friar. Finished that off. This worthy limiter was named Hubert, and we're under the merchant. There was a merchant with fork, beard, and grit. In motley gown, and high on horse he sat. Upon his head a Flemish beaver hat. His boots were fastened rather elegantly. He spoke his notions outright pompously, stressing the times when he had won, not lost. He would the sea were held at any cost. Across from Middleburg to Orwell town, at money changing he could make a crown. This worthy man kept all his wits well set. There was no one could say he was in debt. So well he governed all his trade affairs, with bargains and with borrowings and with shares. Indeed he was a worthy man withal, but sooth to say, his name I can't recall. The clerk. A clerk from Oxford was with us also, who turned to getting knowledge long ago. As meagre was his horse as is a rake, nor he himself too fat, I'll undertake. But he looked hollow and went soberly, right threadbare was his overcoat, for he had got him yet no churchly benefice, nor was so worldly as to gain office. For he would rather have at his bed's head some 20 books all bound in black and red, of Aristotle and his philosophy, than rich robes, fiddle, or gay psaltery. Yet, and for all he was philosopher, he had but little gold within his coffer, but all that he might borrow from a friend, on books and learning he would swiftly spend. And then he'd pray right busily for the souls of those who gave him wherewithal for schools. Souls, skulls, skulls. Is that his accent? Or was souls, souls back then? Dunno. Of study took he utmost care and heed. Not one word spoke he more than was his need, and that was said in fullest reverence, and short and quick and full of high good sense. Pregnant of moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn and gladly teach. No name of the clerk either. The lawyer, a sergeant of the law, wary and wise, who'd often go to Paul's Walk to advise. There was also compact of excellence, discreet he was, and of great reverence. At least he seemed so, his words were so wise. Often he sat as justice in assize, but patent of commission from the crown, because of learning and his high renown. He took large fees, and many robes could own, so great a purchaser was never known. All was fee simple to him in effect, wherefore his claims could never could be suspect. Nowhere a man so busy of his class, and yet he seemed much busier than he was. All cases and all judgments could he cite. What are you doing, Bridge? Then from King William's time were opposite, and he could draw a contract so explicit, not any man could fault therefrom elicit. And every statute he'd verbatim quote. He rode but badly in a medley coat. Belted in a silken sash with little bars, but of dress no more particulars. The Franklin. There was a Franklin in his company. White was his beard, as is the white daisy. Of sanguine temperament by every sign, he loved quite well his morning sop in wine. Delightful was the goal he'd won, for he was Aprocus, his very son, that held opinion that a full delight was true felicity, perfect and right. A householder, and that a great, was he. St. Julian he was in his own country. His bread and ale were always right, well done. A man with better cellars there was none. Baked meat was never wanting in his house, of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous. It seemed to snow therein both food and drink, of every dainty that a man could think. According to the season of the year, he changed his diet and his means of cheer. Full many a fattened partridge did he mew, and many a bream and pike in fish pond too. Brim, I guess. I can't pronounce it. Pug cam. Is it that way? Is it that way? It's pug cam, Bridgie. Where are we up to? According to the season of the year, he changed his diet and his means of cheer. Full many a fattened partridge did he mew, and many a brim and pike in fish pond too. Woe to his cook, except the sauces were poignant and sharp and ready all his gear. His table waiting in his hall away. Waiting in his hall away, stood ready covered through the livelong day. At county sessions was he lord and sire, and often acted as a knight of shire. A dagger and a trinket bag of silk hung from his girdle, white as morning milk. He had been sheriff and been auditor, and nowhere was a worthier vavassor. The haberdasher and the carpenter. A haberdasher and a carpenter. Well, that was short. The weaver, the dyer, and the arras maker. an arras maker, dyer, and weaver, were with us, clothed in similar livery, I think the word is, but it doesn't rhyme with weaver. Fraternity does though. All of one sober great fraternity. Their gear was new and well adorned it was. Their weapons were not cheaply trimmed with brass, but all with silver, chastity made and well. Their girdles and their pouches. The girdles and their pouches too, I tell. Each man of them appeared a proper burgess. To sit in Guildhall. How do you pronounce it? I've got to know. Burgess, pronounce. How do you pronounce it?
Burgess.
Is that the same word? Or did I just look up the wrong word? Burgess. Close enough. It's got one more S. Oh well, it doesn't matter. To sit in Guildhall on a high dais. Burgess, dais. Sort of similar. And each of them, for wisdom he could span, was fitted to have been an older man. For chattels they'd enough, and two of rent, to which their good wives gave a free assent. Or else for certain they had been to blame. It's good to hear Madame before one's name, and go to church when all the world may see, having one's mantle borne right royally. The cook they had with them just for the nonce, to boil the chickens with the marrow bones, and flavour tartly and with galingale. Well could he tell a draught of London ale, and he could roast and seethe and broil and fry, and make a good thick soup, and bake a pie. But very ill it was, it seemed to me, that on his shin a deadly sore had he, for sweet blanc mang, isn't that a food? He made it with the best. I don't know French. I just know you don't pronounce everything. Can I copy straight from this? Here we go. Testing. Chefs would know this word. I don't know how to cook. Oh, the engine is terrible. Too slow. I'm going to say Blanc Monage. He made it with the best. The sailor. There was a sailor living far out west. For aught I know, he was of Dartmouth town. He sadly rode a hackney in a gown of thick rough cloth falling to the knee. A dagger hanging on a cord had he about his neck and under arm and down. The summer's heat had burned his visage brown. And certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine he drawn, I trow. A Bordeaux vintage, while the trader slept. Nice conscience was a thing he never kept. If that he fought and got the upper hand, by water he sent them home to every land. But as for craft, to reckon well his tides, his currents and the dangerous watersides, his harbours and his moon, his pilotage, there was none such, from Hull to far Carthage. Hardy and wise in all things undertaken, by many a tempest had his beard been shaken. He knew well all the havens, as they were, from Gotland to the Cape of Finisterre. Finisterre? Terror? Terror. Terror. Too cute. Ain't you? For every creek in Brittany and Spain, his vessel had been christened Madeline. Last page. The physician. With us there was a doctor of physic. In all this world was none like him to pick, for talk of medicine and surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He often kept a patient from the poor, by horoscopes and magic natural. Well could he tell the fortune ascendant within the houses for his sick patient. He knew the cause of every malady, were it of hot or cold, or moist or dry, and were engendered, and of what humour. He was a very good practitioner, the cause being known down to the deepest root, and then he gave to the sick man his boot. Ready he was with his apothecaries to send him drugs and all electuaries. By mutual aid, much gold they'd always won. Their friendship was a thing not new begun. Well read was he in Aesculapius and Dioscorides, and in Rufus, Hippocrates, and Halley, and Galen, Serapion, Rhasis, and Avicen, Averroes, Gilbert, and Constantine, Bernard, and Gaddesden, and John Damascene. In diet he was measured, as could be, including naught of superfluity, but nourishing and easy. It's no libel to say he read but little in the Bible. In blue and scarlet he went clad, withal, lined with a taffeta and with sandal. And yet he was right, chary of expense. He kept the gold he gained from pestilence. For gold in physic is a fine cordial, and therefore loved he gold exceeding all. Right, chary. What's chary? I can't spell. Oh, that's terrible. Did it work? It worked anyway. Chary, uncertain, frightened to take risk, unwilling to take action. I'm a bit chary of using a travel agency that doesn't have official registration. So he was, and yet he was right chary of expense. Okay, he didn't like spending. But he liked taking the money. The wife of Bath. There was a housewife come from Bath or near, who, sad to say, was deaf in either ear. At making cloth she had so great a bent, she bettered those of Ypres and even of Ghent. In all the parish there was no good wife should offering make before her on my life, and if one did, indeed so wroth was she, it put her out of all her charity. Her kerchiefs were of finest weave and ground. I dare swear that they weighed a full 10 pound, which of a Sunday she wore on her head. Her hose were of the choicest scarlet red, close gartered, and her shoes were soft and new. Bold her face, and fair and red of hue. She'd been respectful throughout her life, with 5 churched husbands, bringing joy and strife, not counting other company in youth, but thereof there's no need to speak in truth. 3 times she journeyed to Jerusalem, and many a foreign stream she'd had to stem. At Rome she'd been, and she'd been in Boulogne, I think it's Cologne. That says Cologne. It must be in Spain at Santiago and at Cologne. She could tell much of wandering. By the way, gap-toothed was she, it is no lie to say. Upon all ambler easily she sat, well wimpled, well wimpled, eh? And over all a hat, as broad as is a buckler or a touch. A rug was tucked around her buttocks large, and on her feet a pair of sharpened spurs. In company well could she laugh her slurs. The remedies of love she knew, perchance, for of that art she'd learn the older dance. Where was that word? Wimpled. Wearing a wimple. What's a wimple? A cloth worn around the head, framing the face. Okay, that's a wimple. What a lovely wimple. And that, I think, is where I'll end tonight for Canterbury Tales. Thanks for listening. Bye. Sherlock Holmes, A Study in Scarlet. Chapter 2, The Science of Deduction. We met next day, as he had arranged, and inspected the rooms at number 221B Baker Street, of which he had spoken at our meeting. They consisted of a couple of comfortable bedrooms and a single large, airy sitting room, cheerfully furnished and illuminated by 2 broad windows. So desirable in every way were the apartments, and so moderate did the terms seem when divided between us, that the bargain was concluded upon the spot, and we at once entered into possession. That very evening I moved my things round from the hotel, and on the following morning Sherlock Holmes followed me with several boxes and portmanteaus. For a day or two we were busily employed in unpacking and laying out our property to the best advantage. That done, we gradually began to settle down and to accommodate ourselves to our new surroundings. Holmes was certainly not a difficult man to live with. He was quiet in his ways, and his habits were regular. It was rare for him to be up after 10 at night, and he had invariably breakfasted and gone out before I rose in the morning. Sometimes he spent his day at the chemical laboratory, sometimes in the dissecting rooms, and occasionally in long walks, which appeared to take him into the lowest portions of the city. Nothing could exceed his energy when the working fit was upon him, but now and again a reaction would seize him, and for days on end he would lie upon the sofa in the sitting room, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. On these occasions I have noticed such a dreamy, vacant expression in his eyes that I might have suspected him of being addicted to the use of some narcotic, but not the temperance and cleanliness of his whole life forbidden such a notion. I had not the temperance and cleanliness forbidden such a notion. As the weeks went by, my interest in him and my curiosity as to his aims in life gradually deepened and increased. His very person and appearance were such as to strike the attention of the most casual observer. In height he was rather over 6 feet, and so excessively lean that he seemed to be considerably taller. His eyes were sharp and piercing, save during those intervals of torpor to which I have alluded, and his thin, hawk-like nose gave him whole expression on air of alertness and decision. His chin, too, had the prominence and squareness which mark the man of determination. His hands were invariably blotted with ink and stained with chemicals, yet he was possessed of extraordinary delicacy of touch, as I frequently had occasion to observe when I watched him, manipulating his fragile philosophical instruments. The reader may set me down as a hopeless busybody when I confess how much this man stimulated my curiosity, and how often I endeavoured to break through the reticence which he showed on all that concerned himself. Before pronouncing judgment, however, be it remembered how objectless was my life, and how little there was to engage my attention. My health forbade me from venturing out unless the weather was exceptionally genial, and I had no friends who would call upon me and break the monotony of my daily existence. Under these circumstances, I eagerly hailed the little mystery which hung around my companion, and spent much of my time in endeavouring to unravel it. He was not studying medicine. He had himself, in reply to a question, confirmed Stanford's opinion upon that point. Neither did he appear to have pursued any course of reading which might fit him for a degree in science or any other recognised portal which would give him an entrance into the learned world. Yet his zeal for certain studies was remarkable, and within eccentric limits his knowledge was so extraordinarily ample and minute that his observations have fairly astounded me. Surely no man would work so hard or attain such precise information unless he had some definite end in view. Desultory readers are seldom remarkable for the exactness of their learning. No man burdens his mind with small matters unless he has some very good reason for doing so. His ignorance was as remarkable as his knowledge. Of contemporary literature, philosophy, and politics, he appeared to know next to nothing. Upon my quoting Thomas Carlyle, he inquired in the naivest way who he might be and what he had done. My surprise reached a climax, however, when I found incidentally that he was ignorant of the Copernican theory and of the composition of the solar system. That any civilized human being in this 19th century should not be aware that the earth travelled around the sun appeared to be to me such an extraordinary fact that I could hardly realize it. "You appear to be astonished," he said, smiling at my expression in surprise. "Now that I know it, I shall do my best to forget it." "To forget it?" "You see," he explained, "I consider that a man's brain ordinarily is like a little empty attic, and you have to stock it with such furniture as you choose. A fool takes in all the lumber of every sort that he comes across, so that the knowledge which might be useful to him gets crowded out, or at best is jumbled up with a lot of other things, so that he has a difficulty in laying his hands upon it. Now the skilful workman is very careful indeed as to what he takes into his brain attic. I will have nothing but the tools which may help him in doing his work, but of these he has a large assortment, and all in the most perfect order. It is a mistake to think that little room has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. Depend upon it, there comes a time when for every addition of knowledge you forget something that you knew before. It is of the highest importance, therefore, not to have useless facts elbowing out the useful ones." "But the solar system," I protested. "What the deuce is it to me?" he interrupted impatiently. "You say that we go around the sun. If we went round the moon, it would not make a pennyworth of difference to me or to my work." I was on the point of asking him what that work might be, but something in his manner showed me that the question would be an unwelcome one. I pondered over our short conversation, however, and endeavoured to draw my deductions from it. He said that he would acquire no knowledge which did not bear upon his object. Therefore all the knowledge which he possessed was such as would be useful to him. I enumerated in my own mind all the various points upon which he had shown me that he was exceptionally well informed. I even took a pencil and jotted them down. I could not help smiling at the document when I had completed it. It ran in this way. Sherlock Holmes, his limits. Knowledge of literature, nil. Philosophy, nil. Astronomy, nil. Politics, feeble. Botany, variable. Well up in belladonna, opium and poisons generally. Knows nothing of practical gardening. Geology, practical but limited. Tells at a glance different soils from each other. After walks, has shown me splashes upon his trousers, and told me by their colour and consistence in what part of London he had received them. Chemistry, profound. Anatomy, accurate but unsystematic. Sensational literature, immense. He appears to know every detail of every horror perpetrated in the century. Plays the violin well. Is an expert single-stick player, boxer and swordsman. Has a good practical knowledge of British law. When I had got so far in my list, I threw it into the fire in despair. If I can only find what the fellow is driving at by reconciling all these accomplishments and discovering a calling which needs them all, I said to myself, I may as well give up the attempt at once. I see that I had alluded above to his powers upon the violin. These were very remarkable, but as eccentric as all his other accomplishments. That he could play pieces and difficult pieces I knew well, because at my request he has played me some of Mendelssohn's Lieder and other favourites. What's that one? Where was it? Unlike to himself, however, he would seldom produce any music or attempt any recognised air. Leaning back in his armchair of an evening, he would close his eyes and scrape carelessly at the fiddle, which was thrown across his knee. Sometimes the chords were sonorous and melancholy. Occasionally they were fantastic and cheerful. Clearly they reflected the thoughts which possessed him, but whether the music aided those thoughts, or whether the playing was simply the result of a whim or fancy, was more than I could determine. I better turn it down a little bit. Just a smidge. Just a little bit. I might have rebelled against these exasperating solos, had it not been that he usually terminated them by playing in quick succession a whole series of my favourite airs, as a slight compensation for the trial upon my patience. During the first week or so, we had no callers, and I had begun to think that my companion was as friendless a man as I was myself. Presently, however, I found that he had many acquaintances, and those in the most different classes of society. There was one little sallow, rat-faced, dark-eyed fellow who was introduced to me as Mr. Lestrade, and who came 3 or 4 times in a single week. One morning a young girl called, fashionably dressed, and stayed for half an hour or more. The same afternoon brought a grey-headed, seedy visitor, looking like a jewel peddler, who appeared to me to be much excited, and who was closely followed by a slipshod elderly woman. On another occasion, an old, white-haired gentleman had an interview with my companion, and on another, a railway porter in his velveteen uniform. When any of these nondescript individuals put in an appearance, Sherlock Holmes used to beg for the use of the sitting room, and I would retire to my bedroom. He always apologized to me for putting me to this inconvenience. I have to use this room as a place of business, he said, and these people are my clients. Again, I had an opportunity of asking him a point-blank question, and again my delicacy prevented me from forcing another man to confide in me. I imagined at the time that he had some strong reason for not alluding to it, but he soon dispelled the idea by coming round to the subject of his own accord. It was upon the 4th of March, as I have good reason to remember, that I rose somewhat earlier than usual, and found that Sherlock Holmes had not yet finished his breakfast. The landlady had become so accustomed to my late habits that my place had not been laid nor my coffee prepared. With the unreasonable petulance of mankind, I rang the bell and gave a curt intimation that I was ready. Then I picked up a magazine from the table and attempted to while away the time with it, while my companion munched silently at his toast. One of the articles had a pencil mark at the heading, and I naturally began to run my eye through it. Its somewhat ambitious title was The Book of Life, and it attempted to show how much an observant man might learn by an accurate and systematic examination of all that came in his way. It struck me as being a remarkable mixture of shrewdness and of absurdity. The reasoning was close and intense, but the deductions appeared to me to be far-fetched and exaggerated. The writer claimed, by a momentary expression, a twitch of a muscle or a glance of an eye, to fathom a man's innermost thoughts. Decent, according to him, was an impossibility in the case of one trained to observation and analysis. His conclusions were as infallible as so many propositions of Euclid. So startling would his results appear to the uninitiated, that until they learned the processes by which he had arrived at them, they might well consider him as a necromancer. From a drop of water, said the writer, a logician could infer the possibility of an Atlantic or Niagara, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Without having seen or heard of one or the other. So all life is a great chain, the nature of which is known whether we are shown a single link of it. Like all other arts, the science of deduction and analysis is one which can only be acquired by long and patient study, nor is life long enough to allow any mortal to attain the highest possible perfection in it. Before turning to those moral and mental aspects of the matter which present the greatest difficulties, let the inquirer begin by mastering more elementary problems. Let him, on meeting a fellow mortal, learn at a glance to distinguish the history of the man and the trade or profession to which he belongs. Puerile as such an exercise may seem, it sharpens the faculties of observation and teaches one where to look and what to look for. By a man's fingernails, by his coat sleeve, by his boot, by his trouser knees, by the calluses of his forefinger and thumb, by his expression, by his shirt cuffs. By each of these things a man's calling is plainly revealed. That all united should fail to enlighten the competent inquirer in any case is almost inconceivable. What inflammable twaddle, I cried, slapping the magazine down on the table. I never read such rubbish in my life. What is it? Asked Sherlock Holmes. Why, this article, I said, pointing at it with my egg spoon as I sat down to my breakfast. I see that you have read it since you have marked it. I don't deny that it is smartly written. It irritates me, though. It is evidently the theory of some armchair lounger who evolves all these neat little paradoxes in the seclusion of his own study. It is not practical. I should like to see him clapped down in a third-class carriage on the Underground and asked to give the trades of all his fellow travellers. I would lay 1,000 to 1 against him. You would lose your money, Sherlock Holmes remarked calmly. As for the article, I wrote it myself. You? Yes. I have a term both for observation and for deduction. The theories which I have expressed there, and which appear to you to be so chimerical, are really extremely practical. So practical that I depend upon them for my bread and cheese. And how? I asked involuntarily. Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I am the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective, if you can understand what that is. Here in London we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent. They lay all the evidence before me, and I am generally able, by the help of my knowledge of the history of crime, to set them straight. There is a strong family resemblance about misdeeds, and if you have all the details of 1,000 at your fingers' ends, it is odd if you can't unravel the 1,001st. Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here. And these other people? They are mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. They are all people who are in trouble about something and want a little enlightening. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee. What do you mean to say, I said, that without leaving your room you can unravel some knot which other men can make nothing of, although they have seen every detail for themselves? Quite so. I have a kind of intuition that way. Now and again a case turns up which is a little more complex. Then I have to bustle about and see things with my own eyes. You see, I have a lot of special knowledge which I apply to the problem, and which facilitates matters wonderfully. Those rules of deduction laid down in that article which aroused your scorn are invaluable to me in practical work. Observation with me is second nature. You appeared to be surprised when I told you, on our first meeting, that you had come from Afghanistan. You were told, no doubt, nothing of the sort. I knew you came from Afghanistan. From long habit, the train of thoughts ran so swiftly through my mind that I arrived at the conclusion without being conscious of intermediate steps. There are such steps, however. The train of reasoning ran. Here is a gentleman of a medical type, but with the air of a military man, clearly an army doctor then. He has just come from the tropics, for his face is dark, and that is not the natural tint of his skin, for his wrists are fair. He has undergone hardship and sickness, as his haggard face says clearly. His left arm has been injured. He holds it in a stiff and unnatural manner. Where in the tropics could an English army doctor have seen much hardship and got his arm wounded? Clearly in Afghanistan. The whole train of thought did not occupy a second. I then remarked that you came from Afghanistan, and you were astonished. It is simple enough as you explain it, I said, smiling. You remind me of Edgar Allan Poe's Dupin. I had no idea that such individuals did exist outside of stories. Sherlock Holmes rose and lit his pipe. No doubt you think that you are complimenting me in comparing me to Dupin, he observed. Now, in my opinion, Dupin was a very inferior fellow. That trick of his, of breaking in on his friends' thoughts with an apropos remark after a quarter of an hour's silence, is really very showy and superficial. He had some analytical genius, no doubt, but he was by no means such a phenomenon as Poe appeared to imagine. Have you read Gaboriau's works? I asked. Does Lecoq come to your idea of a detective? Sherlock Holmes sniffed sardonically. Who is this? Lecoq. Le coq. Monsieur le coq. I guess a French detective. Or Belgian. Fictional detective. 9th century France. Monsieur le coq. Played by the French Scarlet. Character is one of the pioneers of the genre, the major influence on Sherlock Holmes. There you go. So at that, Lecoq. Question. Sherlock Holmes sniffed sardonically. Lecoq was a miserable bungler, he said in an angry voice. He had only one thing to recommend him, and that was his energy. That book made me positively ill. The question was how to identify an unknown prisoner. I could have done it in 24 hours. Lecoq took 6 months or so. It might be made a textbook for detectives to teach them what to avoid. I felt rather indignant at having 2 characters whom I had admired treated in this cavalier style. I walked over to the window and stood looking out into the busy street. This fellow may be very clever, I said to myself, but he is certainly very conceited. There are no crimes and no criminals in these days, he said curiously. What is the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what is the result? There is no crime to detect, or at most, some bungling villainy, with the motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it. I was still annoyed at his bumptious style of conversation. I thought it best to change the topic. I wonder what that fellow is looking for, I asked, pointing to a stalwart, plainly dressed individual who was walking slowly down the other side of the street, looking anxiously at the numbers. He had a large blue envelope in his hand and was evidently the bearer of a message. You mean the retired sergeant of Marines? Said Sherlock Holmes. Brag and bounce, thought I to myself. He knows that I cannot verify his guess. The thought had hardly passed through my mind when the man whom we were watching caught sight of the number on our door and ran rapidly across the roadway. We heard a loud knock, a deep voice bellow, and heavy steps ascended the stair. For Mr. Sherlock Holmes, he said, stepping into the room and handing my friend the letter. Here was an opportunity of taking the conceit out of him. He little thought of this when he made that random shot. May I ask, my lad, I said, in the blandest voice, what your trade may be? Commissioner, sir, he said gruffly. Uniform away for repairs. And you were, I asked, with a slightly malicious glance at my companion. A sergeant, sir, Royal Marine, Light Infantry, sir. No answer. Right, sir. He clicked his heels together, raised his hand in a salute, and was gone. Good night. Next, the third Conan story, The Tower of the Elephant by Robert E. Howard. It was published 1933. A strange, blood-freezing story of an idol that wept on its throne and a valiant barbarian from the fringes of an elder civilization. This e-text was produced from Weird Tales, March 1933. Torches flared murkily on the revels in the mall, where the thieves of the East held carnival by night. In the mall, they could carouse and roar as they liked, for honest people shunned the quarters, and watchmen, well paid, with stained coins, did not interfere with their sport. Along the crooked, unpaved streets, with their heaps of refuse and sloppy puddles, drunken roisterers staggered roaring. Steel glinted in the shadows, where wolf preyed on wolf, and from the darkness rose the shrill laughter of women, and the sounds of scufflings and strugglings. Torchlight licked luridly from broken windows and wide-thrown doors, and out of those doors stale smells of wine and rank sweaty bodies, clamour of drinking jacks, and fist hammered on rough tables, snatches of obscene songs rushed like a blow in the face. In one of these dens merriment thundered to the long smoke-stained roof, where rascals gathered in every stage of rags and tatters, furtive cut-pursers, leering kidnappers, quick-fingered thieves, swaggering bravos with their wenches, strident-voiced women clad in tawdry finery, native rogues with a dominant element, dark-skinned, dark-eyed Zamorians, with daggers at their girdles and guile in their hearts. But there were wolves of half a dozen outland nations there as well. There was a giant Hyborian renegade, taciturn, dangerous, with a broadsword strapped to his great gaunt frame. For men wore steel openly in them all. There was a Shemitish counterfeiter, with his hook nose and curled blue-black beard. There was a bold-eyed Brythunian wench, sitting on the knee of a tawny-haired gunderman, a wandering mercenary soldier, a deserter from some defeated army, and the fat gross rogue, whose bawdy jests were causing all the shouts of mirth, was a professional kidnapper, come from the distant Koth to teach woman stealing to Zamorians who were born with more knowledge of the art than he could ever attain. This man halted in his description of an intended victim's charms, and thrust his muzzle into the huge tankard of frothing ale. Then, blowing the foam from his fat lips, he said, "By Bel, guide of all thieves, I'll show them how to steal wenches. I'll have her over the Zamorian border before dawn, and there'll be a caravan waiting to receive her. 300 pieces of silver, a count of offer promised me for a sleek young Brythunian of the better class. It took me weeks wandering among the broader cities as a beggar to find one I knew would suit. And is she a pretty baggage?" He blew a slobbery kiss in the air. "I know lords in Shem who would trade the secret of the Elephant Tower for her," he said, returning to his ale. A touch on his tunic sleeve made him turn his head. Scowling at the interruption, he saw a tall, strongly made youth standing beside him. This person was as much out of place in that den as a grey wolf among mangy rats of the gutters. His cheap tunic could not conceal the hard, rangy lines of his powerful frame, the broad, heavy shoulders, the massive chest, lean waist, and heavy arms. His skin was brown from outland suns, his eyes blue and smouldering. A shock of tousled black hair crowned his broad forehead. From his girdle hung a sword in a worn leather scabbard. The Kothian involuntarily drew back, for the man was not one of any civilized race he knew.
"You spoke of the Elephant Tower,"
said the stranger, speaking Zamorian with an alien accent.
"I've heard much of this tower. What is its secret?"
The fellow's attitude did not seem threatening, and the Kothian's courage was bolstered up by the ale, and the evident approval of his audience. He swelled with self-importance. "The secret of the Elephant Tower?" he exclaimed. "Why, any fool knows that Yara the priest dwells there with the great jewel men call the elephant's heart. That is the secret of his magic." The barbarian digested this for a space.
"I have seen this tower,"
he said.
"It is set in a great garden about the level of the city, surrounded by high walls. I have seen no guards. The walls would be easy to climb. Why has not somebody stolen its secret gem?"
The Kothian stared wide-mouthed at the other's simplicity, then burst into a roar of derisive mirth, in which the others joined. "Hearken to this heathen," he bellowed. He would steal the jewel of Yara. Hearken, fellow, he said, turning portentously to the other. I suppose you are some sort of a northern barbarian.
I am a Cimmerian,
The outlander answered, in no friendly tone. The reply and the manner of it meant little to the Cothian, of a kingdom that lay far to the south, on the borders of Shem, who knew only vaguely of the northern races. Then give ear and learn wisdom, fellow, said he, pointing his drinking jack at the discomfited youth. Know that in Zamoria, the more especially in this city, there are more bold thieves than anywhere else in the world, even Koth. If mortal man could have stolen the gem, be sure it would have been flinched long ago. You speak of climbing the walls, but once having climbed, you would quickly wish yourself back again. There are no guards in the gardens at night, for a very good reason, that is, no human guards. But in the watching chamber, in the lower part of the tower, are armed men, and even if you pass those who roam the gardens by night, you must still pass through the soldiers, for the gem is kept somewhere in the tower above.
but if a man could pass through these gardens,
Argued the Cimmerian.
why could he not come at the gem through the upper part of the tower and thus avoid the soldiers?
Again the Cothian gaped at him. Listen to him, he shouted cheerily. The barbarian is an eagle who would fly to the jewelled rim of the tower, which is only 150 feet above the earth, with rounded sides slicker than polished glass. The Cimmerian glared about, embarrassed at the roar of mocking laughter that greeted this remark. He saw no particular humour in it, and was too new to civilization to understand its discourtesies. Civilized men are more discourteous than savages, because they know they can be impolite without having their skulls split. As a general thing, he was bewildered and chagrined, and doubtless would have slunk away, abashed by the Cothian. But the Cothian chose to go him further. Come, come, he shouted. Tell these poor fellows, who have only been thieves since before you were spawned. Tell them, how would you steal the gem?
There is always a way, if the desire be coupled with courage,
answered the Cimmerian, shortly, nettled. The Cothian chose to take this as a personal slur. His face grew purple with anger. What, he roared, you dare tell us our business, and imitate that we are cowards? Get along. Get out of my sight. And he pushed the Cimmerian violently. Cimmerian? Cimmerian. I don't know.
Will you mock me, and then lay hands on me?
Grated the barbarian, his quick rage leaping, and he returned the push with an open-handed blow that knocked his tormentor back against the rude hewn table. Ale splashed over the jack's lip, and the Cothian roared in fury, dragging at his sword. Heathen dog, he bellowed. I'll have your heart for that. Steel flashed, and the throng surged wildly back out of the way. In their flight, they knocked over the single candle, and the den plunged into darkness, broken by the clash of upset benches, drum of flying feet, shouts, oaths of people tumbling over one another, and a single strident yell of agony that cut the din like a knife. When a candle was relighted, most of the guests had gone out by doors and broken windows, and the rest huddled behind stacks of wine kegs and under tables. The barbarian was gone. The centre of the room was deserted, except for the gashed body of the Cothian. The Cimmerian, with the unerring instinct of the barbarian, had killed his man in the darkness and confusion. I'm going to leave that there for tonight. I'll just try to see, how am I supposed to pronounce Conan's whatever nationality, pronunciation. Cimmerian, perpetual darkness, gloomy. It's adjective. this site says. Maybe if I turn it up. It doesn't know. Maybe Miriam.
Cimmerian.
Cimmerian. It is an S sound. Cimmerian. I like Cimmerian better. It sounds more powerful. Cimmerian. I'm a Cimmerian. Conan the Cimmerian. Anyway, that's what was chosen. I'll have a look.
Cimmerian.
Yep, Cimmerian. There you go. Well, that's it for tonight. Nighty night.